This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Please take your seats. First item on the order paper, members, is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the draft Renewables Obligation Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call the Minister for the Economy to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Please open the debate on the motion, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval for this draft order laid before the Assembly under Article 66, Paragraph 2 of the Energy Northern Ireland Order 2003. My department makes the order under powers conferred by Articles 52 to 55F and 66(3) of the Energy Northern Ireland Order 2003. It is subject to the draft affirmative procedure and therefore must be approved by a resolution of the Northern Ireland Assembly before it can be made. This is a temporary amendment lasting for 1 year to the Renewable Obligations Order Northern Ireland 2009 and is necessary in order for Northern Ireland to maintain consistency of approach across the UK and to ensure that eligible combined heat and power operators in Northern Ireland are not disadvantaged. The Combined Heat and Power Quality Assurance Programme is a UK-wide government initiative providing a practical, determinate method for assessing all types and sizes of combined heat and power schemes. CHPQA aims to monitor, assess and improve the quality of UK combined heat and power. The programme provides the opportunity for CHP schemes to demonstrate that their CHP is of good quality in accordance with the criteria within the CHPQA standard. Successful certification provides eligibility to a range of benefits, such as for Northern Ireland operators, climate change levy exemption. The programme is administered by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy in consultation with the devolved administrations and has been in operation across the UK since 2001. In 2019, 41 CHP schemes in Northern Ireland were accredited under the programme. CHP operators expressed concern to BES that COVID-19 and the associated nationwide and regional restrictions had changed the demands of customers and that this had had an adverse impact on heat and power ratios. The CHPQA programme operates on a calendar year basis, and the concern is that some CHP schemes will be unable to attain the required benchmark to qualify as a good quality CHP for 2020 and therefore will be unable to qualify for certification in 2021. BES published a UK-wide consultation on the 15th of December 2020 seeking views on a temporary proposal to amend the certification process, which will allow affected participants who can provide appropriate evidence on the impact of COVID-19 to choose to use the 2019 operational data in place of their disrupted 2020 data for their 2021 certification. The consultation closed on the 29th of January and BES has decided to implement the proposal. The legislation is temporary, lasting only for 1 year from the date of coming into operation, allowing Northern Ireland CHP operators to submit 2019 data. Implementation in GB will necessitate a minor legislative amendment to update the CHP QA standard. This order seeks to maintain a consistency of approach across the UK and no additional cost to business, charities or voluntary bodies is anticipated. In advance of today's debate, the proposal was shared with executive colleagues and the Committee for the Economy. I received no comments reflecting the technical nature of the amendment, and I presume a recognition of the need to maintain consistency of practice across all UK jurisdictions that operate this scheme. Both the Utility Regulator and the Consumer Council have indicated their support for the amendment. Mr Speaker, I beg to move and seek the Assembly's support for this order to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, Kiva Archibald.
Gurmagad Cancorlia, and I rise to speak just briefly as Chair of the Economy Committee to support this motion on its behalf. As the Minister has indicated, the draft Renewables Obligation Amendment Order NI 2021 will ensure that certification for combined heat and power quality assurance schemes is not adversely impacted by COVID and allows for the changed demands of customers and impact on heat and power rations. BES is implementing a minor legislative amendment to update the combined heat and power quality assurance standard, allowing operators to submit 2019 data to maintain consistency of approach. A similar amendment to the Renewables Obligation Order NI 2009 is required to ensure that eligible operators here are not disadvantaged. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 28th of April 2021, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rules will come into operation on the 1st of June. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. And just very briefly, Cancorlia, on behalf of Sinn Féin as the Economy spokesperson, I also support the motion. The consequences of the pandemic are far-reaching and in some ways unforeseen. This SR could seem quite niche and technical. It allows the previous year's data to be used to certify CHP quality assurance scheme. It is temporary, but as with other such SRs, we have acted to help mitigate and limit the negative impacts of the pandemic and therefore are happy to support.
Thank you. And could then formally ask the Minister to conclude on this debate?
Can I thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Chair of the Committee and indeed the whole Committee for the support in relation to this particular SR. It is important that we help those who have suffered during the pandemic. This is temporary. And it will help alleviate some concern and ensure nationwide consistency for this accreditation. So I want to thank you for your support and the Assembly for allowing this to proceed today.
Thank you. And the question is that the draft Renewables Obligation Amendment Order NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, take your ease just one moment or two, please. Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33(4), the period referred to in Standing Order 33(2) be extended to the 17th of December 2021 in relation to the committee stage of the Climate Change Bill, NIA Bill 19/17-22.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to open the debate on the motion. Chairperson.
Ken Collier, just for accuracy, I'm standing in as Vice Chair of the Committee. The Chair isn't able to be with us today. Pardon
me for your elevation, sorry. Go ahead.
The private member's climate change bill, which passed second stage on the 10th of May 2021, has been referred to the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee for scrutiny. The climate change bill proposes a framework to mitigate the negative effects of climate change and sets out a series of measures to enable our society to achieve a net zero greenhouse gas emissions target by 2045. The committee recognises the profound impact that climate change has on our environment and also understands that this bill could have a profound implication for many sectors of the economy, including farmer and agri-food, energy production and transport. So in order to ensure that the committee has sufficient time to gather views and evidence from a wide range of stakeholders, the committee has tabled a motion to extend committee stage to the 17th of December 2021. The committee launched its call for evidence on Thursday, the 20th of May 2020. That will last, 2021, and that will last for 8 weeks. And it is using the Citizen Space platform to collate written evidence from interested stakeholders and members of the public. The committee has also organised oral briefing sessions with organisations in the agri-food, environment and energy sectors. Given the wide-ranging scope of the bill, it is important the committee has enough time to consider the views of all those affected so that it can ensure that this bill can deliver an effective, collaborative and sustainable model to mitigate climate change that will impact not only how we currently live and work but also on future generations.
Thank you. There are no other speakers then. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take a ease for a moment, please.
Order, members. The next item of business is the motion from the Committee for Education on restrictive interventions and seclusion of children and young people with additional support needs. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses concern at the lack of statutory guidance from the Department of Education on the use of restrictive intervention on children and young people, particularly those who have additional support needs, including those with physical or learning disabilities or who are neurodivergent, calls on the Minister of Education to develop and introduce, in partnership with teachers, parents and all other relevant stakeholders, up-to-date statutory guidance on therapeutic-based, non-aversive, positive behaviour strategies, and further calls on the Minister to fund mandatory training on this approach for all staff working directly with children and young people, provide statutory guidance on restraint definitions, last resort definitions and human rights-based guidance in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, introduce mandatory recording and reporting of all incidents of restrictive intervention and abolish the use of isolation rooms.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I now call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Some people say that a motion can be an enemy of good oratory, and I think I'm going to be wrestling with that enemy today. As Chairperson of the Education Committee, I have advocated for the outstanding teachers, non-teaching staff and schools across Northern Ireland, particularly in our outstanding special schools, at times when they felt that the Education Minister did not. However, in the absence of appropriate Department of Education guidance, accountability and support on restraint, serious mistakes have been made by schools, boards of governors and employing authorities such as the Education Authority and CCMS that has caused significant harm to the children they were entrusted to protect. This motion is for the children who have been harmed by the inappropriate use of restraint and seclusion in Northern Ireland. It's for the parents and guardians who have experienced distress and trauma because of the harm their children suffered. Parents and guardians, on many occasions mothers, who were not believed, who risked their reputation and mental health and well-being to challenge people of standing in their local community to hold child protection failings of respected institutions to account, who became experts in law and policy and who refused to give up. Children like Harry Shakespeare, parents and guardians like Deirdre and Rodney Shakespeare, who I first met in July 2019 when they were lobbying for a Harry's Law to include many of the recommendations that are set out by our motion today. That family asked me to make a short comment from them today. The Shakespeares say it is difficult to describe the pain and heartache at knowing our child was restrained inappropriately and frightened, that we didn't know and we couldn't stop it. This has left our family feeling vulnerable and alone, in pain and unsupported. All we ever wanted for Harry was acknowledgement of the harm done and accountability from those responsible for keeping him safe. Please use your voices in this chamber today and support a Harry's Law to ensure no other family experiences this pain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion is for families like the Shakespeares, and it is for all children and parents who suffered similar harm from inappropriate restraint and seclusion, whether that is physical or mechanical restraint, whether, as we've heard harrowing accounts today of children sat surrounded by cardboard boxes, supposedly to help with concentration, or indeed secluded in so-called isolation rooms no bigger than 8 foot by 4 foot in diameter. The findings of that NIPSO investigation into inappropriate restraint and seclusion are harrowing, and the recommendations of Margaret Kelly and her team are consistent with those in the motion that I present on behalf of the Education Committee today. I first drafted this motion in July 2020, and it's based on work with the British Association of Social Workers in Northern Ireland, a wide range of other people and organisations and all political parties, the Children's Commissioner, ICARS, PABs and Parent Action, to name a few. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the recommendations of the motion are clear. Department of Education statutory guidance on restraint based on therapeutic, non-aversive, positive behaviour approaches with restraint as a last resort. Definitions of restraint based on the UNCRC, funded mandatory training for all staff working with children, mandatory recording and reporting of all incidents of restraint, and abolition of isolation rooms. The British Association of Social Workers Northern Ireland released a policy statement expressing concern at the lack of standardised guidance from the Department of Education regarding restraint and seclusion in 2019. This statement coincided with a number of high-profile reports revealing inappropriate restraint and seclusion and unmonitored practices in schools across the UK. As a result of these reports and sustained campaigning from charities and parent groups, the UK Government introduced a new framework in 2019 aimed at reducing reliance on restraint and seclusion in educational settings. The Education Committee has taken harrowing evidence and testimony from parents of children who have experienced the use of inappropriate restraint and seclusion, that we must make sure no other children suffer as they did. The committee noted with concern that the current guidance was over 20 years old and had not been updated to reflect children's rights protections and best practices adopted in other jurisdictions. The committee remains concerned at gaps in the interim guidance and in particular that it does not adequately address the use of seclusion or particular types of restraint. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee believes that new guidance should be focused on best practice approaches on the needs of the pupil and their rights enshrined in the UNCRC to equal access to education for all children, including those with disabilities. Social and communication conditions can present in different ways and can be misunderstood as misbehaviour. It is important to be clear that we don't underestimate the difficulty of some of these situations for teachers, non-teaching staff and parents. We need teachers to have clear support from the Department of Education and to be equipped with all available skills and understandings and techniques to ensure that they respond in the best interests of the child. This is a challenge which is exacerbated by huge pressure on special educational needs provision in Northern Ireland and a challenge to which the Department of Education must respond. The committee has argued strongly for guidance to be produced in partnership with parents and relevant stakeholders and is encouraged by the Department of Education's inclusion of parent advocates and carers in its review process and of recent updates that we've received at the Education Committee as to progress on the working group established. I give way briefly, yes.
Meeting referenced by the member to the situation with teachers, but what is a teacher meant to do when a child is totally out of control? I saw it once as chairman of a board of governors. I was in the school that morning. I could hear from the noise that a child was totally out of control. I looked into the classroom, and that child was utterly out of control. Total disruption, violence. What was the teacher meant to do? Talking had failed. The class was being entirely disrupted. The parent couldn't deal with the situation. You know, I read much in this motion about guaranteeing the rights of the child, which is good and fine. But what is the teacher meant to do? We can't just say, oh, apply the UN this and that. We need to be real.
Thank the member for his intervention, and the recommendations of the motion go to the heart of ensuring that teachers are equipped in order to respond to that situation, to ensure that there is no harm to the child or indeed anyone in the vicinity of the child. Mr Deputy Speaker, yeah, briefly.
Will the member agree with me that a key to resolving this issue is to ensure that staff within schools are properly trained and receive full access to that training, and indeed that the necessary support is funded to ensure support of these children that are distressed?
Absolutely, and it is extremely rare that a child will find themselves in that level of distress and without it being an expression of communication, that we've got to equip all our professionals working in those situations with the skills to be able to respond to that. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm almost out of time. Can I say that the substance of the Education Committee motion today presents the Assembly, the Education Minister, with an opportunity to grasp to ensure that we protect all children from inappropriate restraint in seclusion, and I sincerely look forward to other MLA contributions and the Education Minister response to ensure that we do progress this statutory guidance and legislation needed to move us forward on this matter. Thank you.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the motion. I think in every motion that comes before the Assembly, you look to see what the key phrases or the key words are in the motion. And obviously this is a motion which has, or indeed a subject, which has united the committee since we returned after our 3-year break. And the committee looked at, had representation made to the committee from Special Needs Schools Principals Leadership Group, and started to look into the many areas that indeed that were giving the concern to the special needs schools, teachers and support staff. And indeed the committee has unanimously, I think, supported the work that is eventually rolling out around addressing special needs. It is a matter, as I've said, that has indeed united the committee. In forming the motion, there are obviously those key words, to the use of restrictive intervention on children and young people, particularly those who have additional support needs. And we did have an informal meeting, has already been referred to, by the mother of one group, one young man, Deirdre Shakespeare, and her son Harry. And indeed there were indications from the parent that indeed that young man, who had in fact changed schools, that young man had endured some difficult situations within the school. And to listen to the parent, you would have had a heart of stone if you hadn't have felt for the parent in those circumstances. The motion also asks for mandatory training on this approach for all staff working directly with the children. And I'm pleased to say that I believe that the Minister is listening to those kind of words in terms of how this matter be fully addressed. But this is a matter that I think is difficult, but indeed certainly it is a matter where the committee has addressed and concentrated some of its work. There is no doubt that there are difficult situations that arise. There is no doubt that we do need to empower the teachers, to increase the skills of the teachers, and that should be done. And it shouldn't even have to be considered that there should be continuing professional development throughout a teacher's life, and indeed as that teaching career develops, that they should have the opportunity to pick up on those. It should be accredited training in these difficult situations, and it should be training gearing us towards international best practice. And there's no doubt that we have a highly skilled teaching labour force, we have highly skilled support staff, and we have an interest, a career interest, a dedication that may not be found in some other professions within our teaching staff. We do need to have, and I said about the young man who moved school, we do need to have a constructive and ongoing relationship between the parents, the school, the teachers and the school, and indeed that may well be helpful as the years of the schooling run through. Mr. Allister has made reference to one particular incident, and indeed it's how those incidents, I think, are responded to. and ensuring that whatever incident happens in the school, that there is indeed communication between the school and the parents in order that there is a record of and hopefully more professional advice offered in those situations. But certainly, in terms of what Ms Shakespeare said to the members of the committee, certainly the ability to physically handle a child who is, in her case, Harry, was a non-verbal pupil who had complex issues, and indeed that some of the actions that were carried out in his first school may well indeed have made the situation for Harry even worse. I welcome the fact that the Minister is picking up on the issues. I welcome the fact that the Minister is and has been listening to the words of the committee on this particular issue, but indeed in general on the special educational needs issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Nicola Brogan.
I'd first of all just like to respond to Mr Alistair's intervention to the Chair of the Education Committee's contribution today, and to say that to his question what a teacher should do in those circumstances. If you had been reading or listening to the accounts of the likes of Deirdre Shakespeare and what her son has suffered, you will know that the last thing that helps in those situations is to physically or mechanically restrain or seclude the child. So from the outset here, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the parent and advocacy groups that have worked so incredibly hard and shown such determination and courage to first of all raise awareness of the issue of restraint and seclusion in schools, and then to work towards policy change. I have the utmost respect and admiration for all the parents and groups involved in this, and there are a number who have been involved in the campaign, but I would like to as well pay particular attention to Deirdre Shakespeare and Beth Morrison from their co-founders of ICARS, which is the International Coalition Against Restraint and Seclusion. So both Deirdre and Beth came in front of the Education Committee a number of weeks ago and very eloquently told the stories of their sons, Harry and Callum. And honestly, listening through the story of Harry and Callum, I had tears in my eyes throughout. It was really hard to listen to it, and at one point I wanted to mute the computer. It was like watching a scary film where you want to put your fingers in your ears and close your eyes because you can't listen anymore. And I really had a time to catch myself on, because these children had suffered through this here. The parents were having to relive this time and time again to try and get some sort of change. So the least I could do was to listen and to try to be a voice for Harry and for Callum and for the parents, for any other child that has suffered such cruel restrictive practices and who are vulnerable to it in the future. So I do commend them for that, and I thank them for that. I also think it's a worthy point to say that these parents, their children have suffered previously these cruel restrictive practices, but they're now recovering and are safe. So it's worth noting that these families are still working really hard and fighting for other children and for other families so that they don't have to go through the same kind of heartache. So it's worth commending that too. We have received information and reports from the Children's Commissioner today, from NIPSO, from the Association of Social Workers in the North, and we've heard evidence from a wide range of stakeholders and advocacy groups as mentioned. The reports highlight a number of recurring themes in relation to restraint and seclusion in schools, but the one issue that jumps out to me is that there's no mandatory duty to record or to report an incident of restraint and seclusion. This means that we have no way of knowing how widespread the issue is across our schools, and it means that no one is being held accountable for these wrongdoings to our children. The NIPSO report published today tells us that they are currently dealing with 20 complaints or inquiries, but that is only the tip of the iceberg and is in no way reflective of the true rates of incidents. The following testimony that I received from a carer working in a preschool setting might explain why some are reluctant to come forward with their concerns. This is her account. The restraining of children came in the form of strapping them into a high chair and turning them away from their peers. This restraint was used as a punishment for a child misbehaving or having a tantrum. The child would be visibly upset and crying when being strapped in. When the child was calm, they would still have been left staring out the window until it was deemed fit to release them. The childcare worker goes on to say, the very fact that parents did not know that this practice was taking place made it wrong. This childcare worker reported the use of restraint but lost her job as a consequence. She left hoping that her actions led to the ending of the practice of restraint in that particular setting, but like us, she doesn't actually know. Without a mandatory duty to record and then to monitor and review incidents, it's not only us or NIPSO or the Children's Commissioner or any of the advocacy groups that we've mentioned that don't know the full figures, it's parents. It's wholly unacceptable in all cases, but with pre-verbal or non-verbal children, it is horrifying. No parent leaves their child in childcare or in nursery schools or in schools with this notion of we don't know what happens to them today. They leave them in school, trusting the entire team of staff to act in the best interest of the child.
Member Jordan, remarks to close.
And they want the child to feel safe and loved and supported within their setting. So I support the cause for this motion for mandatory reporting and recording of the use of restraint. I
call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for being here to listen to this debate and respond to it. Mr Deputy Speaker, the motion before us today is brought by the Committee of Education following evidence gathering from organisations such as Parent Action, the Children's Law Centre, Autism NI, ICARS, PABSS and others. There has been a concerted campaign on the issue, and I am especially aware of, and the Chair has referred to them, Deirdre and Rodney Shakespeare, who are from Strabane, whose son is Harry, and they have been advocating for Harry's Law to be implemented here. And I want to thank them both and other organisations who have engaged with the committee and with the SDLP in this issue. And I want to also mention Shauna Kane, who has been very, very good at keeping me aware of some of the very serious issues that exist and the challenges that exist within SEN. All of these organisations have raised considerable concern regarding the use of restraint and seclusion across schools in the North and how our laws and guidance on the issue has been massively lagging behind, especially given developments in medical research and in reviews which have been instigated in other parts of the UK. There have been widespread calls for reform, which includes the Northern Ireland Children's Commissioner, and this morning we heard comments from Margaret Kelly of the NI Public Services Ombudsman's Office calling for reform also. These voices compound the need for reform and have added to other calls, even from Paris Hilton in more recent weeks, for immediate intervention in the current regulation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the current law governing the use of restraint in schools is 23 years old, while guidance on seclusion doesn't even define what it is presently. Therefore, it's an open book, it's a free run, it's self-defined, it's defined by the school. England, Scotland and Wales have all moved to review and update their guidance in line with current medical evidence, which has advanced significantly over the past 2 decades. And the SDLP believe that Northern Ireland needs to do the same immediately. The evidence sessions that we have had recently at committee brought a very real-life human element to this discussion. We're talking about children that are often in very distressed states, that are trying to communicate and can't quite communicate the way that others can, and as a result of maybe not getting that across, become quite distressed, and that does create some issue in the classroom. But there needs to be a recognition that these children need support. And I speak as an uncle of a child 6 years of age. His name is Ashton. And I've seen the meltdowns, I've seen the temper tantrums, I've seen the sheer frustration in that child from a very, very young age when he can't get communicating the way that he wants. Often just takes you by the hand now, and if you refuse to go, you'll have the temper tantrum quite quickly. Mr Deputy Speaker, the current law governing the use of restraint in schools, as I've said, is 23 years old. It does need to change. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to ensure that today's debate is in no way reflective of the many excellent special needs schools across the North. I'm very fortunate I have 2 in my own constituency that are doing absolutely amazing work, and the staff are doing amazing work to support so many of our young people. The issue before us today concerns resources, training and support, which simply has not happened regarding the issue surrounding restraint and seclusion. In this regard, Mr Deputy Speaker, challenging behaviour is often cited as a reason why restraint or seclusion is needed in schools. There is, however, recent medical evidence that suggests that challenging behaviour among those children with severe disabilities is a means of communication, as already stated. In this regard, England has reacted to this and recently updated their guidance to schools to preventative therapeutic models, including PBS strategies, with restraint and seclusion only being used as a last resort. Given this recent development in England, it is therefore concerning that we continue to rely on legislation and guidance that is over 2 decades old, when so much has changed to the present day and there is so much more awareness. What is very concerning, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that there currently exists little to no data on recording instances of restraint and seclusion in our schools, and this has come up in committee. We do not know the extent of their use, and there is no central database to collate information on instances, nor is information routinely shared with families, and that needs to change. And I know the Minister will recognise that there should probably be a record so we have a wider understanding of where things are. I'll bring my points to a conclusion. To conclude my remarks, Mr Speaker, the SDLP do believe there is an argument for an urgent need for Northern Ireland to catch up in relation to the use of restraint and seclusion in our schools. We need to reform, and we need it now, and therefore on that basis I support the motion before the House today and thank members for their contributions.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whilst as the Education Spokesperson for the Ulster Unionist Party, I am delighted to be part of and to support today's motion brought by the Education Committee for the Minister for Education to urgently develop new up-to-date guidance on restraint and seclusion. I am somewhat saddened that in 2021, and with all that we know about children and their development, we still have to talk about change. As a parent of over 20 years, and perhaps more significantly a foster parent with over 15 years service, I have some experience of children who at times display behaviour which is challenging and sometimes difficult to deal with. And I'm not going to diminish nor sugarcoat the effort and that it sometimes takes to either de-escalate that child or normalise that behaviour at that point. But I cannot be clearer when I say that not once did the time spent nor the positive behaviour interventions approach fail to work, or more importantly, fail that child. It's important today to recognise the fantastic work that is done day and daily in schools across Northern Ireland with regard to the education, care and safety of our children. Working in some of these settings can at times be the most rewarding and challenging of vocations. In special settings, this can be sometimes even more challenging due to increased communication difficulties for those pupils. And my own daughter, who is a third-year Queen's University Learning Disability nurse student, often finishes a shift tired and challenged and learning something new, but always committed to understanding the individual better and always committed to reinforcing positive behaviours and that messaging. It's only right that we also pay tribute, and a number of members have, to those parental champions who have shared with us their personal testimony of how the system at times failed to care and respect their child. Parents like Ronnie and Deirdre Shakespeare, amongst others that we won't name today, have bared their souls to us. And many of us, including myself and the member across, have been reduced to tears at times as they've shared the moments that they have suffered and their children have suffered, and that pain that it has caused them as a family. But to those parents, you've brought us to where we are today, so well done. The real-life stories, whilst hard to hear when parents talk about mechanical restraint, or they talk about isolation, seclusion rooms with no windows, no carpet, no ventilation, no toilet access, no water, no direct supervision. And whilst all of this is, in fact, it's even hard to read out, for me, it's the lack of the requirement to inform the parents that these things actually happened that is the single biggest failure. Today's motion does not seek to remove the ability for a teacher or a qualified support member to appropriately and safely restrain a child when absolutely necessary for its own safety or safety of others. Rather, it seeks to address a dreadful imbalance where good practice should be our minimum benchmark, where positive behaviour practice is the norm, and we're building on and understanding communication with those children as a priority. We must never fail our children in the future the way we have failed them in the past. We will be supporting the motion.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I note there is a broad agreement amongst all parties in the Chamber and also all members of the Education Committee. I also note, Deputy Speaker, that the British Association for Social Workers in Northern Ireland has raised several concerns with the current practices around restriction and seclusion, including the lack of standardised policies and guidance from the Department of Education on the use of restrictive practices and seclusion involving children and young people with additional needs, including those with physical or learning disabilities. The physical, psychological and emotional effects that restraint and seclusion can have on children and young people and the classmates and also their families cannot be quantified. They also suggest a need for mandatory training for all staff who work directly with children and young people with additional needs and oppose the use of seclusion or isolation of a child or young person away from others in a room or other area from which they are prevented from leaving. I recognise the existing guidance remains unchanged since 1999. This needs to be updated urgently as it is no longer relevant. Although temporary guidance has now been provided to schools and recommends that every use of restraint should be recorded and notes that reasonable force restraint should only be used as a measure of last resort and never as a form of punishment. But what can be learnt from other jurisdictions? Are there lessons to be learned from England, Scotland or Wales? Training and guidance are important, and staff need to have access to regular and up-to-date guidance and training on restraint and seclusion so that they are well informed to deal with a wide range of scenarios. And it is key not to unfairly pass judgment on staff in our schools. I am in no way attributing blame. We are lucky to have such excellent staff in our schools, as has been evidenced throughout this entire pandemic. I believe that there should also be guidance for members of boards of governors, many of whom are not from an educational background but other fields of expertise. And any use of seclusion or restraint must be recorded centrally. Moving forward, and if this means change the legislation to ensure recording is mandatory, then so be it. Parents must also be contacted after an incident of seclusion or restraint has occurred. It is stressful for the child and also stressful for parents, staff and other pupils. It has been a failure not to have a record of any and all uses of restrictive practices, and a failure that parents have not been informed or engaged with. Any incident where a decision is made to physically intervene must be recorded and monitored. The Department of Education have advised it is setting up a working group with part of their remit to review current legislation, policies, guidance, training and audits, current recording, monitoring and follow-up processes. No child should ever be placed in a room unaccompanied and must be free to leave when they want, and any use of this type of seclusion should cease immediately. We must learn lessons from the past, ensure that no child ever feels isolated or secluded in the future. It is our duty to ensure that this is what happens. We, members of the Education Committee, are united in our concerns and a desire to see change and a desire to see reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
I call Justin McNulty.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and as a member of the Education Committee, I wholeheartedly rise to endorse the committee motion before us today. Firstly, can I applaud the bravery and fortitude and determination of people like Deirdre Shakespeare. It was heart-wrenching to sit at the Education Committee and hear her story about her Harry and the story of all the parents. I want to also thank Shauna Kane for her input in this important issue. Seclusion or restraint is no way to treat a child, whether they have a special educational need, learning difficulty, or a physical disability, or behavioural challenges. Seclusion is exclusion. Restraint is cruel. Our children deserve better. A learning disability is not a disease, it is a disability, and we cannot and should not accept any form of seclusion, exclusion, restraint, by whatever means in the care, education or treatment of a child. Cancorla, our society has a shameful record in our treatment of children with additional needs or challenging behaviours. For many years, children with those additional needs were locked away, be that in a home or in an institution. They were hidden from the world. They were seen and treated as a burden on the education system, as a burden on society. That was horrendously wrong. In recent decades, we have seen a welcome change in the way we care for, support and educate children with additional needs. We are rightly moving towards a place where we encourage and value their important and invaluable contribution to society and to life. Many of these children now attend mainstream schools. They engage in training programmes and they enjoy the world of work. I know of many examples in my own constituency in groups like Dappleby Trust, Incredible, Stride, Mencap and many others. The young people in these schemes didn't get to become their confident, bubbly, engaging and hard-working individual selves by telling them to sit in the corner, to sit in the room away from their friends, by medically or physically or mechanically restraining them. These young people got to become the wonderful individuals they are by being cared for, supported and encouraged, by being cherished as important members of our society. Cancorla, so much of our support and care for those with special education needs or additional needs or learning disabilities has changed in recent decades and for the better. But we have a long way to go to make it anywhere near what it should be or where it needs to be. I had the honour of hosting a very successful public meeting last week on Zoom on special educational needs, and we heard from the Children's Commissioner, the Mental Health Champion and the Children's Law Centre. These women who we heard from were very, very impressive advocates for children and do really important work. However, at Cancorla, we also heard heartbreaking stories from families of those with disabilities, their struggles with their education and health systems as they seek to find the support for their children that they need, that they deserve and that they are legally entitled to. We need greater investment in services for young children with additional needs. We need a more comprehensive short-break respite service for families with children and indeed adults with complex needs. And we need more support for children in schools, and we need more post-19 support services. We need to outlaw the cruel practice of restraint in educational or healthcare settings. We need to outlaw the practice of excluding or secluding a child. We need greater support and guidance. We need the Department of Education to urgently provide up-to-date statutory guidance on therapeutic-based, non-aversive, positive behaviour strategies. We need mandatory training on this for all staff working directly with children and young people. Any restraint must be human rights compliant, and any instance where it's used must be documented and recorded by law. At Cancorla, all we ask is that someone with a disability or challenging behaviour is treated with gentle care, they be treated with dignity and respect. They're treated like important people, important members of our society.
I call William Humphrey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this motion. As the previous speakers have said, the Education Committee has spent a considerable amount of time discussing these issues, and we have met on a number of occasions with the Special Needs Principals Group, which has always been very beneficial to those of us involved in education, and I declare an interest as someone who's a governor in 2 schools. I want to begin by commending our excellent staff in our special needs schools across Northern Ireland. They're extremely professional in carrying out their job of work in an extremely dedicated way. Very recently, my colleagues and I met with Deirdre Shakespeare, that other members have mentioned. Deirdre's Harry's mum, and it was very moving and yet disturbing during the meeting as she gave us evidence and the problems that her son faced that rippled out across her family and the detrimental effect that that had on that family and that young man in particular. It's my understanding that the Department is currently carrying out a review on the use of restraint and seclusion in education, and that report is due to be completed in March 2022. An acceptance of the existing guidance is out of date is important, and I think the Department and the Minister have accepted that. There's very clearly needs to be an update in terms of those regulations, although I understand that there are temporary guidances in place providing advice and recording on the use of restraint.
The member for giving way. Just in terms of timetable, the reference obviously to March 22, 2022 is that each year we produce effectively internally an annual action plan, which would then cover the period April of the 1 year to March of the previous year. So it's within that direct plan. I would hope to see a situation in which that could actually be produced by way of a review and finalised considerably before March of 2022. So that's, if you like, the longest period. Which
the members next minute.
I thank the Minister for that clarification, which is helpful, and the House will welcome that piece of information from the Minister. It is important to draw on the experience, as others have said, of other jurisdictions across the United Kingdom and across Europe, and this is how the situation can be improved for our young people. And I do welcome the fact that the Department of Education has established a reference group, and that a working group is now currently considering how the issue can be dealt with and how it has been dealt with, progressed and put in practice in neighbouring jurisdictions. Advocates of change have recognised that the non-statutory guidance on restraint and seclusion would be a welcome step, and I think the Minister is responding to that in a positive way. As I've said, I commend our staff. I've seen at first hand how staff across our educational estate work, and particularly in special needs settings. They are exemplary as public servants and should be regarded and respected by us all. However, it's absolutely critical that the views of teaching and support staff, the young people and their parents and carers are central to any recommendations that come forward. Consultation is the key to find a workable solution. Training and up-to-date guidance is critical and crucial for staff, because these people, as I've said, have a hugely difficult job. At times, a very difficult job in very challenging circumstances, and at times on the receiving end of abuse. The recording of incidents, therefore, needs to be mandatory. This is a protection not just for the young people, but also for staff. Mr. Speaker, we must move to protect our children and young people in the classroom. I commend the Minister and the Department for the ongoing work. I welcome the fact that we may well get to a point where we will have something that will be positive and tangible for the classroom and the benefit of our young people before March of next year. That is indeed very welcome news. But we must provide training and guidance to support and protect our staff. And in all of these things, in protecting the young people in the classroom and those who work with those young people, protect those young people on a daily basis, the balance of getting it right in the classroom, the protection of the young people, and the protection of the staff who work for them is absolutely key.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion, and I would like to place on record my thanks to the Education Committee for bringing it here today to the Chamber. I will be making my remarks along the lines of human rights and in particular health issues. I will focus on the latter, given that human rights are mentioned directly in the motion, but it is worth emphasising the need to respond proactively in policy and legislation to the concluding observations of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child about the use of restraint and seclusion on children with psychosocial disabilities, and indeed more generally on the issues arising regarding mental health and well-being of children and young people. I commend the work of the Children's Commissioner and her office in continuing to draw attention to this. She also raises the basic but important point that we do not currently know the scale of the problem with restraint and seclusion because of inconsistency of approach and the failure to update policy and legislation, including around reporting. In terms of overall policy, as so often we are lagging behind the rest of the UK. However, there is a real opportunity now for the Education Authority to get this right. As I gather, it is currently reviewing its therapeutic approach. Regional rollout could be a once-in-a-generation chance. The value of getting it right should be clearly stated. It will mean that children will receive the highest standards of appropriate care and support from all the adults in their lives. When we state it in that way, we can see that it is not just a matter for the Education Authority, nor indeed just for education, but there is a clear health aspect. We want all children to experience the same therapeutic interventions consistently across all sectors. That in fact means a commonality of approach between the Education Authority, health trusts and other agencies, and it clearly therefore requires joint delivery between both departments. We have heard some of the risks of the current scenario continuing, but fundamentally the issue is that children may receive divergent levels of care in both education and health settings, as staff are not necessarily equipped to deal with multiple and complex needs, and reporting mechanisms may be unclear. It is small wonder
that we have had multiple court actions. However, the main issue is that children lack a consistency of approach upon which they can rely, particularly in times of distress. That is the impact of getting it wrong. As it stands, the lack of consistency means that schools use team teach, but some may lack training or having registered practitioners. On top of this, health trusts use therapeutic crisis intervention methods instead. This leads to inconsistency where we need consistency. Children need to experience the same language, care and support as often as possible, and most certainly in times of difficulty. When they are emotionally flooding through distressing and challenging episodes, any difference in approach or even in training of those delivering that approach is troubling and inadequate. For staff too, there would be considerable gain from a consistent approach, and therefore for me, the mandatory training aspect is essential. Where training is often represented as an add-on, it would in this case be the cornerstone of an assurance to staff that they are working within agreed guidelines and frameworks when facing extremely challenging situations. This would provide the added benefit that they know they will be indemnified from any potential litigation by following established guidelines, practices and procedures. For this reason, I am strongly supportive of the British Association of Social Workers' call for statutory guidance, which is long overdue. However, I would emphasise this needs to be agreed by both the Department of Education and the Department of Health. I would strongly share the Association's belief that mandatory training should be required of any staff working directly with children and young people with additional needs, including with reference to rights and obligations under the Mental Capacity Act. I would therefore join with the Association in urging collaboration between the Education Authority and social workers in inputting into guidance and conducting appropriate investigations. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a moment of real opportunity, as my colleague Chris Little mentioned in his opening remarks, to get this right in a time which will be of huge benefit to children and young people with additional needs, and indeed also to any staff working with them directly. Let us waste no time in doing so. Thank you.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the committee members too for bringing this motion forward. And I know, like others here, have been contacted by families and parents affected by this, and I thank them for their determination in being heard. And there are a few key parents out there who, without their continued lobbying and raising this with MLAs, that this motion may not have been on the agenda today. And when we listen to these parents, it breaks your heart to hear of what's happened to their children and how it's impacted them as a family. There are a number of key asks in this motion, and this will require on the outset resourcing, working together and consistency of approach, as others have also mentioned already. And we need to recognise that there are difficulties with definitions, and some parents and carers won't be aware of what was happening to their child, or that this is something that potentially could happen, which is something that I think we all need to look at. There needs to be a clear way by which parents can raise issues, and coupled with this there must be data collection. The British Association for Social Workers have stated that they support records of cases being shared with parents and guardians of children or the young people involved, as well as the school board, the Department of Education, the EA and the Children's Commissioner, something that I certainly would too support. There must be clear avenues of communication, understood by everybody involved, and I hope the Minister and the Department can implement this as a matter of urgency. We need to have a standardised policy in order to safeguard our children and young people. And I note the NIPSO report that has been published today. And the Ombudsman has said that she's extremely concerned by the lack of acknowledgement and standardised policy in regard to the use of seclusion in schools in Northern Ireland. And in the absence of defining seclusion and having a clear policy outlining what is and what is not permitted, the risk to the child is elevated further. We must collect data and ensure reporting mechanisms are in place and understood. And whilst there will always be the hidden impacts that are not known about, granted that will always happen, we need the resources too to make sure that every relevant staff member is adequately trained. These are not new recommendations. As we've heard, in 2016, the UNCRC expressed its concern about the use of restraint and seclusion on children with psychosocial disabilities, including children with autism in schools. The committee urged the UK to abolish restraint for disciplinary purposes and ensure that it is used exclusively to prevent harm to the child or others and only as a last resort. And it urged the abolition of isolation rooms and also recommended that the state should systematically and regularly collect and publish disaggregated data on the use of restraint and other interventions on children in order to monitor the appropriateness and behaviour management for children in all settings, including education. This has also been raised by NICI, NIPSO and the British Association of Social Workers, by parents, by carers, by politicians and so many others. So we don't need any more reports and recommendations. So the Minister and the Department, in conjunction with those involved, the parents, carers, children and young people themselves, the schools, the teachers, the unions and organisations, to introduce mandatory training, data collection and reporting and have a clear and well understood policy embedded in children's rights. There are other options out there. Many have been listed in the motion itself that we can look at, and we do need a bit of a system change, and I hope the Minister, in his summing up, will outline what he can do to ensure that this happens. Perhaps the Minister will also tell the House specifically with regard to the review being carried out by NICI and today's NIPSO report, what he and his department will be doing in response. Mr Deputy Speaker, all behaviour is communication, positive or negative, and it's important that children's rights are front and centre of anything that we take forward. And thank you, and we commend our teachers today for the amazing work that they do, and I believe that we're all on the same page in wanting to see these changes, and we will be supporting the motion.
I now call on the Minister of Education, Peter Ware, to respond to the debate, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion. And may I first of all, I think in terms of this debate, it is something which is both very important, potentially very emotive in its nature, but I thank all those who contributed today in what I think has been fairly constructive in their content, but also responsible in terms of their tone, which I think hopefully the House can unite around. I also want to put on record my thanks to everyone who's been involved so far, in particular parents with lived experiences and their children. One parent has acknowledged that Northern Ireland is going full steam ahead to protect children from unnecessary restraint and seclusion, and I agree with her. We are making progress, but while much has been done, there is much more to be done. I share the concerns expressed by members here today. They've heard from parents with lived experiences. They've met with parents from lived experiences about how their children have been treated at school. Such treatment is wrong and should not have happened. I've recently taken receipt of a report from NIPSO into a number of cases, and this is another piece of evidence that will inform my department's review of the use of restraint and seclusion in education settings. It is because of such cases being brought to my attention by parents, parents' advocacy groups, NIPSO, NICI and indeed the Education Committee that I've asked officials, have been asked to undertake a review of existing guidance and practices in this area. Prior to the launch of this review, the Department had already begun work on updating its guidance, specifically to the guidance, pastoral care guidance on the use of reasonable force to restrain or control pupils, and some engagement with stakeholders had commenced. I'm acutely aware that children and young people, parents, carers and school staff who support them have faced a challenging time over the last year. Hopefully we're returning to some form of normality, but the effects of the COVID pandemic have had a significant impact on our children's health and well-being. Now more than ever, we need to provide clarity on physical intervention and isolation across all education settings, but especially when supporting our children with complex needs who may require such intervention as part of their care plan. And there is clearly a linkage, not simply within education, but to health as well. Taking all of this into account, while there is work ongoing on a comprehensive solution, that is why I took the decision, that, despite the fact of the wider review ongoing, to issue interim guidance to all schools and other educational settings by way of DE Circular 2021/13. The main messages of the interim guidance, I think, are as follows. Firstly, the best interests of the child should guide all decisions taken by staff in relation to children in their care. All children have the same rights. There is a duty upon schools to make reasonable adjustments for children with disabilities and not to discriminate on the grounds of learning or physical disabilities. That reasonable force or restraint should only be used as a measure of last resort and never as a form of punishment. That there is a requirement to record instances of reasonable force or restraint. And at this stage, we've not sought to define seclusion, what indicates what forms of seclusion, if any, are permissible in what circumstances. That is because seclusion and deprivation of liberty are still being considered as part of the wider review. However, we have been clear that children should never be locked in a room or left unaccompanied and must be able to leave when they want to. I am well aware that the interim guidance does not deal with all the issues of concerns raised here today, nor all of the issues raised by parents and their representatives. However, it does go some way in clarifying provisions already contained in existing guidance relating to the recording, reporting and monitoring of incidents. For the first time, the guidance does include provision for dealing with the isolation of children from the classroom. The practice of a child voluntarily using a calm space or a sensory room, and I've seen many of the fine examples of this throughout our school estate, where that child may regulate their mood, can sometimes be a positive intervention which benefits the child. But that is simply not the same as locking a pupil in a room unsupervised from which they cannot leave. That practice should not be happening, and the interim guidance states this very clearly. I hope that goes some way in alleviating some of the concerns of parents with lived experience, that if the guidance is followed, no other child should go through similar experiences to theirs. But I have said, I'll give way briefly because I've a lot to get through.
I thank the Minister for giving way and for his solid answer there in terms of reassuring parents that this will not happen again. That will send out a very strong signal that you're dedicated to resolving this issue and moving this forward. This is a good leap forward, and I thank the Minister for that. I
thank the member for his intervention. As I've indicated, that is a step forward, but the work is not finished. There is much more to be done. Prior to issuing the interim guidance to schools, my department took receipt of detailed legal advice from the Departmental Solicitor's Office on the legal status of existing guidance. I am concerned that I can't stand here and provide you with an assurance that it's mandatory for schools to record all incidents and seclusion. It isn't. But it shouldn't be forgotten that existing guidance in this area, contained within the circular, provides clear instruction about who can use reasonable force, where it's appropriate to use it, and the procedure for recording incidents where reasonable force is used. It also advises that schools should have a written policy about the use of reasonable force, which should be made known to pupils. It appears clear that this guidance has not been followed in all cases, and I completely acknowledge this has led to distress. I believe it is the case that the majority of education staff, the very clear, overwhelming majority of education staff, are very sensitive to the needs of our children and respect their dignity when providing them with support. The professionalism of our teaching and wider education force should not be forgotten. I do not want to preempt the outcome of the review or any proposals for change that will come from it. However, at this stage, I expect that any new guidance will clarify issues around the use of restrictive practice and point to evidence-based preventative and therapeutic approaches, such as positive behavioural strategies that not only will help children and their parent carers, but also will be a benefit to school staff. Consideration of future recording and reporting methods will form a central tenet of the review, with a view to strengthening provisions already in place. That will include consideration of what options we can have for the central collation of data on incidents within schools. Present data is not collected with records. Data is not collected at present with records held at school level only. The practice means that the Department and EA, to some extent, are unsighted on the prevalence of the use of restraint and seclusion. Mandatory recording will require legislative change, but if that is recommendation of the review, and I anticipate it is likely to be so, I will not shy away from implementing that. I understand my officials are already exploring how this might be done to inform any proposals for change. I note that the motion raises the issue of training available to teachers and other school staff who may be dealing with autistic pupils or with other complex needs. The Education Authority's Children and Young People's Services has in place a wide range of specialist training courses for teachers, classroom assistants, SENCOs and parents available from services such as the Autism Advisory and Intervention Service, Behavioural Support Service and Provision, Critical Incident Support and the Emotional Health and Wellbeing, Nurture Advice and Support Services, SEN Early Years Inclusion Services, SEN Inclusion Service, the Learning and Medical Needs, and the SEN 2016 Implementation Team. The review will be considering, along with EA and other training providers, whether additional or indeed mandatory training for teaching and other school staff is required in this area. Consideration will be dependent upon the agreed position of changes which will be emerging from the review. It is clear that any form of mandatory training will come at a considerable cost. We're all aware of the limited budget that's there, so we've got to make sure that the training requirements must not only be fit for purpose, but also actually be compatible with resources. It is, I think, important that we do move ahead with urgency to protect children from unnecessary use of restraint and seclusion. So perhaps members will afford the opportunity, in the few minutes that are still available to me, to update them on what I believe is significant progress made in recent months on moving the review forward. A working group consisting of officials from my and indeed other relevant departments, alongside the EA and the Education and Training Inspector, is well established and is meeting regularly across 2021 until completion of the review. The group is currently researching guidance and other relevant reports on the issue from across neighbouring jurisdictions, with a view to extracting best practice that may be adopted within schools in Northern Ireland. I've also established a reference group of associated professionals and statutory bodies such as NICI, the Children's Law Centre and the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, who agreed all to act as a critical friend in quality assuring and assessing proposals for change as the review progresses. Officials have undertaken significant engagement with parents and have met with Parent Action Positive Behaviour Support Scotland, PABS, and the International Coalition Against Restraint and Seclusion, ICARS. These meetings included evidence from local parents with lived experiences. Parents with lived experiences, supported by their parent advocates, made presentations to a joint meeting of the working and reference groups on the 11th of May, indeed just a little bit over a week ago. The Department continues to liaise with these parents and their advocacy groups and has opened a two-way channel of communication. Their voices are and will continue to be central to this review. The Northern Ireland Children's Commissioner is undertaking a separate review of the issue with NIPSO, acting in an advisory role. NICI will review information available from schools on restraint and seclusion, including training guidance, usage and follow-through, with processes being assessed against best practice and the experience of children and their parents. The NICI review will include evidence gathering from pupils and parents with lived experience, and the Department is liaising with NICI with a view to utilising the evidence collected to inform its review. We're keen to work in partnership with NICI on this. My department is also liaising with the Department of Health because I think, as Mrs Bradshaw mentioned earlier on, it is important. This is not simply something which is within the Department of Education. And indeed, the Department of Health have undertaken a review of the use of restrictive practices within health and social care settings. While my officials are not directly in the work that Health are doing, they are being kept fully abreast of developments and will ensure future definitions of restraint and/or seclusion align with those emerging with the DOH review, suitably adapted for use in education. It's important that we are not going in different directions between departments. Members will be interested to know that, as I indicated, when I would expect this guidance may be published. It is part of the Department's 21-22 business plan, and the commitment is there that it will complete at least by March 2022 at the latest. As such, I expect that guidance will issue in the forthcoming academic year. I would like to complete the review as quickly as possible, and I've made it a priority for the Department's Inclusion and Wellbeing Directorate. The large number of stakeholders involved and the complexity of this area of work preclude me from making complete promises on the timing of completion. That may not be realistic. Despite the urgency, I think we should do this job once and do it thoroughly and correctly. We have further engagement to do. We want, above all, to get this right, and our children and young people deserve no less. Any and all proposals for change emerging from the review, including any that require legislative change, will be subject to approval, and clearly where legislative change is needed, this House will also have a key role in ensuring, and I hope the same united voice that we have today can be carried through into any legislative change that is made. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Pat Sheehan, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
I'll ask Cian Corla, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the Minister and all the other contributors to today's debate. The committee chairperson began this debate by referring to the need for updated guidance on how and when it is suitable to use restrictive interventions on some of our most vulnerable children. The committee has heard over recent months from Parent Action and the parents of children affected by these practices. We've sought the views of the Children's Commissioner and the Children's Law Centre, amongst others. We've had a special briefing by the Public Service Ombudsman on her work on this matter, and we were grateful to International Coalition Against Restraint and Seclusion, ICARS, for the international perspective, with Paris Hilton's attention to our committee hearings, amplifying coverage of this heartbreaking issue. Cian Corla, the committee is calling on the Minister to work urgently to develop and introduce partnership with teachers, parents and other relevant stakeholders, up-to-date statutory guidance on therapeutic-based, non-aversive positive behaviour strategies, and I welcome the fact that the Minister alluded to all of those issues. The committee has heard from departmental officials twice in the last 2 months on this issue, and it is clear that no one is in any doubt about the need for reform. However, the COVID pandemic, which has diverted so much time and effort from other policy aims, has only served to prove that central social truth, the measure of a society, is in how it caters for its most vulnerable. Our school children, particularly those who, as the motion says, have additional support needs, including those with physical or learning disabilities or who are neurodivergent, are among our most defenceless citizens. Our decisions on their behalf must be in the interests of their inherent dignity and their equal opportunity to develop their talents and personality through education. The review that's underway and the interim guidance published by the Department have been well rehearsed today. They are stepping stones, and we are committed to the end goal of compliance with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, be it through statutory guidance alone, legislation on restraint and seclusion, or incorporation of the Convention on its own or via a local Bill of Rights. Cian Corla, I don't intend to rehearse the contributions that were made today. They were very much all on the one theme and everybody singing off the same hymn sheet, with the possible exception of the member for North Antrim's ill-advised and ill-informed intervention. He saw a child in a distressed condition. He, as a member of the Board of Governors, I think he may have said he was the chair of the Governors, said he couldn't do anything. Well, why would he be able to do anything? Was he getting special training at the bar on how to intervene with children with challenging behaviour? No, probably not. And he said the teacher couldn't do anything. He, as a member of the Board of Governors, then should have had the responsibility to go and ensure that staff were trained on how to intervene properly, whether with de-escalation techniques or positive behaviour strategies. But I see he's not in his place. He made that ill-informed intervention and then departed. So, Ceann Comhairle, I'd like to say a few words now as Sinn Féin spokesperson on education. And it has been referred to during the course of this debate, the harrowing nature of the evidence that we heard over the last number of weeks and months, particularly about parents. Deirdre and Rodney Shakespeare and their son Harry have been mentioned on numerous occasions, but we heard from other parents as well. And it reminded me in many ways of the evidence we heard about ill treatment of patients with severe learning disabilities in Muckamore, where there was clear guidelines on when seclusion was to be used. But despite that, in some cases, despite it being supposedly being used as a last resort, on some instances, patients were being put in seclusion 70, 80, 90 times a month. That certainly wasn't a last resort. And what's important about looking at the situation in Muckamore is that all of that was recorded. And when the regulator went in, they were able to see those recordings, but they didn't do anything about it. And that's what's important here as well. It's not just about clear guidelines or legislation. It's not just about reporting and recording. It's ensuring that those who have responsibility for oversight and supervision are held to account also. Because the regulator in Muckamore went in, they saw that patients were being placed in seclusion 80 and 90 times a month, and it didn't raise a red flag. And if they had done their job properly, the RQIA, perhaps the situation that was happening in Muckamore might have ended sooner. So we need to ensure that there's oversight and accountability. One of the other issues that was disturbing that we heard from parents was around the issue of stimming. And this, in a sense, points up instances where teachers aren't trained properly, particularly with children with special needs. And stimming is something that autistic children use often. It's repetitive physical movements or sounds that children make. And it usually happens when they're stressed or suffering from anxiety. It may be rapid hand movements, it may be rocking, it may be making particular noises. But as someone else said earlier in the debate, it's about communication. That's the attempt by the child to communicate that there is some sort of problem. We heard from one parent about a child who was stimming, using repetitive hand movements, and they were actually tied to a chair with their own school bag. And that is absolutely unacceptable under any circumstances whatsoever. So I agree with the points that Robbie was making and practically everyone else has made. There needs to be proper training for teachers how to deal with these situations. And many people who are involved in dealing with children with special needs or even adults with learning disabilities who may at times present. Sure, yeah.
Member for Given Way, and he's made a very solid and strong contribution. Will the member agree with me that maybe there should be, in terms of resourcing, training is absolutely necessary, resourcing is critical. If there is a classroom of 30 children or 15 children, is it to the benefit of these children that find themselves in this situation or that are in this situation, it's the benefit of the school as well, if there was someone specific in the school that could be called on to come in and help roll out these techniques or whatever in those situations. Would that be an option that the member would think is a solution, as well as training?
Well, it sounds sensible to me. I'm no expert, but the issue of training and resourcing go hand in hand. And I noticed the Minister made reference to resourcing. He also said we have to get this right. And if we have to get it right, we have to make sure the proper resourcing is there to get it right. Sure, go ahead.
Member for Givenway, the member and indeed the Minister have mentioned resourcing and pressures in his speech. The member agree with me that given we have the Children's Services Cooperation Act in place in Northern Ireland that legally requires relevant departments to work together, perhaps utilising this is something that the Ministers and the Executive could do together on resources and budgets?
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. I suppose, Cian Corla, I have nothing more to add to what I've said. I just want to thank everyone again for their contribution and the fact that everyone seems to be on the same page on all of this. So I want to commend this motion to the House.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Could I ask members to take their ease for a few moments?
Thank you, members. The next item on the order paper is a motion on a Green New Deal. I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that recovery from the pandemic and tackling the climate crisis go hand in hand, requiring an investment-led green recovery that delivers on social and economic justice and rapidly decarbonises our economy, and calls on the Executive to deliver a Green New Deal which will create an equitable, sustainable economy filled with well-paid, secure, low-carbon jobs in care, education and health, as well as in industry and infrastructure, and to ensure well-being and inclusion are at the centre of government decision-making.
Thank you. I call Mr John Blair to move the motion.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Mr John Blair to open the debate on the motion. Mr Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I'll start by saying that in the wake of the catastrophic coronavirus crisis, our immediate priority must now be to avoid further disasters. The world is facing a climate emergency with potentially disastrous consequences. Average global temperatures have risen by about 1 degree Celsius. a report by the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change on the impacts of global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius warns that effects of climate change are already irreversible, and we only have about 1 decade to act before it's too late. The report found that human activity is the dominant cause of observed climate change over the past century, and a changing climate is causing sea levels to rise and an increase in damaging fires, severe storms, droughts and other extreme weather events. Global warming at or above 2 degrees Celsius will cause famine, disease, mass migration, climate-driven floods and heat waves, and will cost the UK billions going forward. Current trajectories show a global warming increase of 3 degrees by the year 2100. We are on track to take the planet to an unprecedented climate future. Principal Deputy Speaker, this motion calls for the creation of a Green New Deal. This Assembly must make radical change, and it must act now, not because it's convenient, but because it's the right thing to do. It also addresses the need for Northern Ireland to play its part in relation to global challenges. The past decade of rising inequality has shown us that austerity is not the answer to a crisis, and under the existing economy, we will never overcome climate change. Throughout history, periods of great upheaval have sparked incredible change. Look at the creation of the welfare state and the NHS from World War II, for example. These changes were indeed radical, perhaps previously unimaginable, yet they were and they remain absolutely critical to our lives, even generations later. This pandemic provides us with a similar historic chance for change, real change that can provide better opportunities, protect our planet and better protect us from future crises, so we never need to face what we have faced this past year. We aren't alone in our demands either. Climate and economic experts are clear. We need a green recovery with huge investment and urgent radical changes to our economy. To be frank, Principal Deputy Speaker, while our lives have felt at a standstill this last year, climate change continues to accelerate. So radical change isn't just sensible, it's critical. Industrialised nations, Principal Deputy Speaker, like the UK, disproportionately bear responsibility for climate change, and just like the pandemic, all of us will feel the impact of climate change, but we will feel it disproportionately, and millions of people across the globe are already immediately threatened. Climate change is destroying livelihoods, infrastructure and communities, forcing people from their homes, towns and countries. This is neither just nor fair. The pandemic has laid bare the injustices and weaknesses in our society and economy. We have seen the damage caused by governments acting too slowly, chronically underfunded public services and flawed short-term and self-serving decisions. We simply cannot make these same mistakes when tackling the climate crisis. In Northern Ireland, we need a new deal, a Green New Deal, that recognises that tackling the climate emergency goes hand in hand with economic and social justice. A Green New Deal is about rapidly decarbonising our economy and, in doing so, creating an equitable, sustainable economy filled with well-paid, secure green jobs in existing and emerging industries. In Alliance, we ourselves recently brought forward our own Green New Deal. The policies in this document show how we can simultaneously combat the climate emergency and inequality through investment, radical change and breaking down the barriers of division. We have seen from recent discussions in this chamber, Principal Deputy Speaker, that movement towards a sustainable future has been divided by a false notion that we have to choose between our planet and our economy. The Alliance Green New Deal, if I can refer to it again, not only rejects this notion but brings forward proposals to create 50,000 secure green new jobs by stimulating our economy and reskilling workers, preserving our planet for future generations, achieving greenhouse gas and toxic emission reductions needed to stay under 1.5 degrees, the restoration of critical infrastructure, the repurposing of housing, expanding access to transport, and an all-encompassing approach to ensure that no community is left behind in the process towards aggressive climate goals which transform the economy. We need a vision for a united community, an inclusive, dynamic, prosperous and sustainable Northern Ireland where we can all thrive, enjoy living freely and securely and be treated with dignity in a region that is rich with opportunities and biodiversity. We have a chance for change, change for good, for our people and our planet. We have an opportunity to deliver a recovery plan that better protects us in the future. There is historical precedent that fiscal stimulus measures are sound prescriptions in crisis. We need serious investments to mitigate and adapt to climate change, but it will cost us more in the long term if we do not act now. It will cost us more both financially and existentially. Experts are, Principal Deputy Speaker, increasingly stressing the need for a major investment-led green recovery, because addressing the climate emergency goes hand in hand with an economic and social transformation. The fight against the climate emergency requires more than environmental policy tweaks. The Green New Deal we require should demand urgent radical change to the gravity of the situation, to the way we make our policy in the longer term, for our security and for our collective prosperity. This should be our vision for an urgent radical overhaul of the policies and practices that hinder our progress and exploit our people and our planet. We must grasp the enormous opportunities in going forward towards a sustainable green economy with the Green New Deal bespoke for a better future. Investing in infrastructure and industry, securing clean air and water, climate and community resilience, healthy food, access to nature and a sustainable environment for all. These are vital components and required actions. Principal Deputy Speaker, developing countries have limited capacity, and we know this, to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. We can and must contribute our fair share to enable mitigation and adaptation activities that uphold environmental justice across the globe. Developed countries can help developing countries in this regard. These developing countries are on the front line of climate change most, though they have contributed the least to the causes. A Green New Deal recognises that we need to build resilience in the face of worsening and more frequent climate-related disasters that marginalise communities, and those communities often bear the brunt of these disasters. We need serious investment in our infrastructure and in our transportation systems. We need to invest in green roof technology and innovative urban architecture to address not just the carbon emissions of the agricultural and architectural fields, but also to address intersectional issues of food security and climate change. Any Green New Deal is not sector-specific. All sectors have a major part to play in tackling our carbon emissions. As we seek to recover from COVID-19, I hope that all departments and sectors will work together to protect the environment as well as existing jobs and bring forward new green jobs. The Alliance Party is committed to a green and just recovery and an urgent and radical overhaul of the policies and practices which have hindered our progress to date. Colleagues, Principal Deputy Speaker from Alliance, when speaking later in the debate, will give further detail on departmental responsibilities. Our intention in bringing forward this motion is to highlight the urgent need for the Green New Deal, which epitomises environmental justice for frontline communities, especially under-resourced groups, communities, and calls for a just transition to a clean economy. We have learned many lessons from the pandemic, Principal Deputy Speaker, but a distressing lesson has been that high-impact threats must be acted upon in a timely fashion, and that delay is costly. We must act now. The decisions we make today and our response to the global health pandemic and the actions we take to rebuild our economies will determine whether humanity succeeds or fails. It is vital that we work together to urgently reduce our carbon emissions and mitigate the impact of climate change. Principal Deputy Speaker, proposing the motion, commended to the House.
Thank you. I call Mr Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the members for bringing this motion forward. Obviously, it is timely to recognise that today is a positive step forward in terms of the recovery, and it's good to see many of our cafes and pubs and restaurants open across Northern Ireland today, so I think that's a very good step forward. Obviously, the Democratic Unionist Party fully support the need to ensure that the economic recovery is underpinned by initiatives which are not only sustainable but are environmentally responsible and support decarbonisation. It will also be important that investment is, of course, inclusive of and fair towards all communities and households and industries across Northern Ireland. We agree that sustainable solutions can bring benefits for the standards of living for people right across Northern Ireland, but also help tackle deprivation and isolation. There is no doubt that as we address this motion, that it clearly is a cross-cutting motion. It cuts across all departments, and I'm going to speak about that very shortly. For our part, Democratic Unionist Party ministers continue to champion the green recovery and the need to address climate change around the executive table. The Inter-Ministerial Group on Green Growth has been established by Edwin Poots, the DAERA Minister. The Executive's overarching multi-decade green growth strategy and delivery framework for Northern Ireland is aiming to transform our society towards net zero by 2050, protect and enhance our environment and deliver sustainable economic growth. So we recognise that the desire in this motion is to rapidly decarbonise our economy. Of course, at the same time, we have to ensure that the transition is fair and that it's just and that it does not place a disproportionate burden on certain industries, particularly our agri-food sector. There is a need to take on board independent expert advice, including the clear finding by the Committee on Climate Change that even by reducing meat and dairy production to 50% and increasing tree planting, it still wouldn't be enough to reach zero net carbon emissions by 2050. Obviously, in terms of the other departmental initiatives that are within our remit, just in recent weeks, the Economy Minister launched the 10X Economy Plan, her vision for the decade of innovation in the regional economy. And one of the guiding principles of that document was around supporting a greener, sustainable economy. That links in, of course, with the Economic Recovery Action Plan, which again the Department has launched, and it includes a number of headline commitments within that plan, delivering a net zero carbon energy transition, improving energy efficiency of buildings and industry, encouraging green innovation in renewables and low carbon technology. So these are all areas which we need our departments to be working on. There will also be massive opportunities to exploit emerging green technology across various sectors, including energy, transport and manufacturing. It is important that we have the right skills mix and ensure our skills strategies are aligned with this potential for growth moving forward. Training and upskilling our young people must be at the heart of this. So it is one thing to pledge to create thousands of green jobs, but there needs to be the buy-in from the private industry and education and training providers as well, in order to ensure that the capacity and the skills are there. In terms of my final point is around the hydrogen technology. Northern Ireland is uniquely placed, I believe, to use renewable electricity to produce green hydrogen. This would make use of the wind that is available when the demand for electricity is lower. Onshore wind currently provides more than 80% of Northern Ireland's renewable capacity, and we need to exploit this. There is a real potential for Northern Ireland to become a global centre of excellence for the hydrogen economy. This would see local manufacturers to rapidly grow and try and meet the demand that is worldwide. So, in closing, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the members for bringing this forward. Obviously, we will be supporting the motion. Yeah, go ahead, Mervyn.
Member for giving me. He raises a valid point in relation to hydrogen and obviously the use of wind. But there is, in some cases, an inherent contradiction in those who are advocates for Green New Deal and new energy and so on, because they are sometimes the people who are the champions opposing planning applications whenever it comes to actually installing some of these facilities. How do they ensure that they can't have it both ways if we're going to move forward in relation to this issue?
Member has an additional minute.
And I thank the member for raising that very point. And it is important that when we look at the likes of the planning issues, that parties do recognise that in order to further a lot of the aims that I have outlined, we need to ensure that planning is processed as quickly as possible. And it actually leads me on, just finally, to the Department for Infrastructure. I think that there needs to be more done. So, for example, the Electric Vehicle Association just recently highlighted the point that the numbers of broken chargers across Northern Ireland. So other ministers need to very much step up. And as I say, it's all fine and well bringing these motions, and we will happily support it. But we do need the ministers to take it seriously and ensure that we can deliver on the many objectives that we have and that we have to meet. So thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Dr. Kiva Archibald.
I'm and I'm glad to have the opportunity to contribute to this debate, and I thank the proposers for bringing it. The recovery from COVID needs to be one that delivers a more fair and equal society and economy, And it's been said many times in this chamber and beyond that we can't just return to what we went before. We need to build back better, as the saying goes. The imperative of tackling the climate emergency is clear, but it has to be done on the basis of a fair and just transition to decarbonisation. Those who can afford it least mustn't pay the most. The transition to a decarbonised society must be planned with workers and with trade unions and with communities. Sinn Féin is committed to ensuring that ordinary people don't pay the price for the current crisis. We will resist any attempts from the Tories to place the burden for the current crisis on the backs of ordinary hard-working people. Businesses need to be supported to sustain existing jobs and to create new jobs, and particularly our small businesses. We need to support workers and families, and that means giving people opportunities to work in jobs that have decent pay and fair working conditions. Sinn Féin is committed to banning zero-hours contract and to strengthening workers' protections in the workplace. We also need to remove barriers to work by ensuring people have opportunities to gain skills, to start their own businesses, or to have access to more affordable childcare. And I welcome Deirdre Hargey's announcements last week on the upfront childcare grant to help people get back to work. Our young people have been very badly impacted by the pandemic. They will need particular support. Sinn Féin wants a youth guarantee so that every young person aged 16 to 24 has the opportunity to be in education, training or a job. And I'm very glad that the Job Start scheme has now been opened, and I know businesses in my own constituency in East Derry are already taking that up. Businesses do need to be supported to rebuild and recover, and today, as Gary has said, is a great day with so many reopening. Our recovery must focus on protecting jobs and livelihoods in the hardest hit sectors, as well as creating new jobs in sectors which will help meet our climate obligations, as is outlined in this motion, and create a more resilient economy and society. I also think we need to have a greater focus on community wealth and the social economy to ensure our communities benefit and develop in tandem with the economy. Lots of people during the pandemic, Príomh-Las Concordia, have been working remotely, which has benefits for work-life balance as well as for their local areas. Supporting this to continue can help promote greater regional balance. One way of doing this would be expanding the regional hubs that have been announced by Minister Murphy into the private sector, and I think that's something that we should look at. Our economic recovery must also maximise our economic potential as part of the EU single market and all-Ireland economy to bring jobs and investment here to the north, something that has been disappointingly lacking in any of the plans brought forward so far by the Economy Minister. To the call on this motion specifically, central to delivering on a fair and just transition and recovery is a Green New Deal. A Green New Deal can bring together all the other aspects of economic recovery, creating jobs, providing skills and training opportunities, delivering better health and well-being outcomes through tackling fuel poverty, for example, more active transport and more green spaces. It should be one of the key pillars of our economic recovery strategy. But I'm not convinced from the plans that we've seen to date from the Economy Minister that it is. There is mention of green recovery, but there's some lack of detail on what it means and no coordinated Green New Deal element to it. And I note on... I will give way.
I think the member for giving way. Not for the first time the party opposite, every opportunity, have a go at the Tories, have a go at the economy, and the executive's never mentioned. Could you just clarify, would the member clarify it for me? Did the deal that the Economy Minister has brought to, was it approved by the executive, or is this a solo run that the Economy Minister's on and the executive only picks and chooses whenever it actually is in favour of something? Because that has serious implications for what's going to happen over the next few months.
Member has an additional minute.
And thank the member for his intervention. And actually, I note that when that question was put to the Economy Minister about her 10X plan last week, that no, it wasn't endorsed by the executive. I do note that the call in this motion is on the executive, and I do think it is important that we develop strategies on a cross-departmental basis, because recovery is going to be delivered by all departments. And Concordia, just a final point in relation to my own contribution. In my opinion, well-being should not just be part of the decision-making process. It needs to be measured. We all know that what gets measured gets managed, and certainly we need to ensure the measure of our society is more than just its economic output. So in conclusion, Sinn Féin will be supporting the motion. I agree with its content. I imagine everyone here does, not least because a Green New Deal was a commitment in New Decade, New Approach.
Thank you, members. Given that it is now 3 minutes to 2 and question time is due to commence at 2 o'clock. I propose that the House take its ease until 2 o'clock. This debate will resume after question time, when the next member to speak will be Mr Mark Durkan.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and I call Robin Newton to ask the first question. Mr Newton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 1, Minister.
I can confirm that, subject to the necessary funding being available, Northern Ireland Water does intend to replace the Sydenham wastewater pumping station. Northern Ireland Water has reached agreement in principle with Belfast City Council on the preferred location of the replacement facility, and I have been advised that environmental modelling and design development to deliver the best engineering solution is currently underway. Geotechnical investigations completed in March 2020 are informing the design and will help establish the most suitable construction method. Completion of the outline design, along with planning and other approvals, is expected in the summer of 2022, followed by the procurement and award of the contract in autumn 2023. It is hoped that construction will commence in the spring of 2024, with completion of construction, testing and commissioning in autumn 2026. I must stress these dates are dependent on the outcome of ongoing environmental modelling, obtaining the necessary statutory approvals and the availability of funding to deliver the project. The current estimate for the investment needed to replace the pumping station is around £32 million, which is included in Northern Ireland Water's overall PC21 business plan for the 6-year period from 2021 to 27. The replacement of this pumping station is part of the Living with Water programme, which is a 12-year drainage and wastewater plan for the Greater Belfast area, costing in the region of £1.4 billion. In line with the Executive's New Decade, New Approach priorities, I will be making a strong case for this pumping station scheme, along with the wider Living with Water programme to be funded.
Robin Newton, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her reply. The Minister will be aware that this has been a problem over quite a number of years, and in fact, on 2 occasions, 7 or 8, 9 houses were completely flooded out with raw sewerage on 2 separate occasions. In addition to that, those who live directly opposite in a street, residential area, live in the shadow of the building. Can I ask the Minister, 5 years is a long time to wait with that potential flooding in the back of your mind, or indeed an inappropriately sited facility directly opposite your house. Can the Minister try, as best she possibly can, to accelerate the programme beyond the current 5-year timescale as she has just outlined?
Yeah. I thank the member for his question, and I appreciate how concerning this is for residents and for you as their elected representative. The outcome of the recently completed drainage area study of the area served by this pumping station highlighted the need for a further environmental modelling study to assess the effects of outflows from the station on the Cons Water River. This study is ongoing, but it will take time to complete. But I give the member my assurance that I will make sure that my officials do what they can, working with Northern Ireland Water to accelerate this important work.
Well, Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having spent New Year's Eve volunteering with the Red Cross delivering sandbags to the people of Sydenham, I'm acutely aware of the extent of the problem in the area. And can I add my voice to asking that the scheme is expedited as quickly as possible, and ask how positive the scheme will be when it's completed for the area?
I thank the member for his question, and it will make a huge difference to residents living in the area. And as I said to Mr Newton, we will do what we can to accelerate it. And I also want to assure your constituents that Northern Ireland Water will carry out a programme of consultation with the local communities affected by the proposals in advance of construction. So they will be involved in that, and I will ensure that they are kept fully updated as well.
Dolores Kelly.
Thank you. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the Living with Water programme?
Living with Water in Belfast, an integrated plan for drainage and wastewater management in Greater Belfast, was published for consultation on the 11th of November and closed on the 29th of January 2021. Officials are currently considering the responses received and will prepare a consultation report which will be taken into account when drafting the final plan. The draft plan indicates that approximately £1.4 billion of investment is needed over the next 12 years to upgrade the drainage and wastewater infrastructure in the Greater Belfast area to protect against flooding, enhance the water environment and facilitate growth. The focus of the programme is on developing integrated, catchment-based solutions to manage rainwater on the surface and, where possible, avoid hard engineered drainage solutions which involve long-term operating and maintenance costs. It is my intention to bring the final plan to the Executive for approval in the coming weeks.
Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can I ask you for an update on what steps your department has taken to adopt the Ravensbrae wastewater treatment plant in Garrison?
I thank the member for her question, and she will be aware that Northern Ireland Water have been trying to be helpful in this situation. The difficulty here is that it is an unadopted area, so is out with the statutory responsibilities of Northern Ireland Water. Although I am keen to try to see where we can be further supportive, so I understand there's detailed work ongoing to understand exactly what work would be required and costings, and I've asked my officials to continue to work constructively with local residents to see what we may be able to do, even within all of the restrictions, to help and assist in this very, very difficult situation for the residents.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
The new Decade New Approach Agreement commits the Executive to tackling climate change and to addressing its immediate and longer-term impacts, and to create legislation and targets for reducing carbon emissions. In my tenure as Minister for Infrastructure, I have taken forward several projects which will help to mitigate the climate emergency and ensure Northern Ireland has adapted to the impacts of climate change. These include a range of initiatives to facilitate modal shift to more sustainable travel options, including investment in new and existing cycleways, working with councils to deliver sustainable local transport plans, £30 million of investment in low-emission buses for TransLink, and £66 million investment in low and zero-emission buses for TransLink, and investment in excess of £60 million to purchase new train carriages and to encourage more people out of their cars and onto rail. I've also invested £20 million in a blue-green infrastructure fund to make public transport and active travel a more attractive and efficient alternative to the use of private cars. As we have just been discussing, I've also brought forward the Living with Water programme, which will revolutionise the way drainage and wastewater is managed to prevent flooding caused by climate change. And I also appreciate the role that tree planting can play in mitigating against climate change and the multiple benefits that woodland creation can provide for society. I am also rolling out LED lights right across Northern Ireland, and this work has resulted in a significant reduction in energy consumption by about 24%, and it is my intention to make further allocations towards LED retrofitting in 2021-22. To date, through the Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund, I have allocated £3.7 million of capital for greenway projects, and I remain committed to doing what I can, working with councils and local communities, so that we all play our part in tackling the climate emergency.
Colin McGrath, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. It's obvious that you're making real progress in tackling the climate crisis, and we in South Down want to be able to play our part in that. Many people have contacted me, for example, and I know this isn't your direct responsibility, about e-car charging points, which they would like to see more of in the community. But would the Minister commit to meeting with me so that we could discuss ways that the community could respond and assist in being able to tackle this shared ambition of tackling the climate crisis?
I thank the member for his question, and he raises a very important point. As he rightly highlights, the e-car public charge point network in Northern Ireland is owned, operated and maintained by ESB. I have recently met with ESB and representatives from the motor industry to identify further opportunities for collaboration to advance the e-charging network to play its part in tackling the climate crisis. My officials are also assisting ESB as it seeks to replace up to 60 charge points, which were installed as far back as 2011-2012 and are now experiencing faults. Members will know that I've also made changes to the planning system through permitted development rights to make it easier to install e-charging infrastructure. And I'm also pleased that my department has been able to provide funding to the EU Interreg funded Faster project, which will see a number of charging points put across Northern Ireland. Of course, my department has also been leading a transport working group to inform the elements of the energy strategy for Northern Ireland, and a key part of this work is involving the electrification of vehicles.
Cathal Boylan.
The Minister's kind of answered the question, but just, Minister, you know that the network itself, the electric charge network, is worsening, and we definitely need to upgrade it. But can you clarify whether or not you're going to support ESB in terms of funding to, one, repair that network and to upgrade it for the future, because it's important that we encourage people into electric vehicles.
I thank the member for his question. As I said, I've met with ESB. My department is working with them on retrofitting, but you're absolutely right. We need to be improving and expanding the e-charging network and people's ability to be able to charge their vehicles at home. So my officials have been working with the Office for Zero Emission Vehicles because they have funding there, and we're working with councils as well to enable that to be drawn down. I've also, as I said, met recently with representatives of the motor industry as well, and as we discussed, affordability is a barrier, but also is anxiety around range. And so I will continue to work with the Office of Zero Emission Vehicles. I've also written to the British Government as well, asking them to identify what funding is available in Northern Ireland so that we can meet our targets. And so I remain very much committed to doing much more in this area, working with all of the relevant partners.
Mike Nesbitt.
Mr Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for her update. To date, NI Direct records 337 electric charging points across Northern Ireland. Anecdotally, I've been told up to half are not working at any given time. Could the Minister confirm that, and also that there don't appear to be any in Strangford constituency?
The member is correct to identify that there is an issue with faulty e-charging points. The difficulty here is that they were installed many years back. That's why I'm pleased that my department is working with ESB to retrofit a number of those. But we also need to provide additional e-charging infrastructure, and a key part of this going forward will be enabling people to charge their vehicles overnight at home. And so that's why I'm continuing to work with ministers in London as well to make sure that we can draw down the maximum amount of funding, working with local councils as well, so that we can improve the e-charging infrastructure and that we can have charging points in the members' constituency.
Andrew Muir.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses to date about what is an important issue. I think the e-charging network, I think it would be fair to say that that network is currently a shambles. The Department also has 1,283 staff car parking spaces, with only 2 e-charging car parking spaces. Will the Minister commit to do what our counterpart has done down south, which is rebalancing our budget towards the priorities which will tackle climate change, such as e-cars, active travel and public transport? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question, and as I've stated in the responses to other members, I have made a number of changes to improve the charging infrastructure, whether it's through the retrofitting or changing to the planning system itself. And as I said, I'm also working with a range of partners to identify funding. I've also established for the first time a £20 million blue-green infrastructure fund to achieve the very outcomes that the member has highlighted. So I've asked officials to look to see what we can do in the particular area of e-charging infrastructure and what financial support my department may be able to play. But I've also recently met with Minister Poots on this issue, and I'm keen to meet with the Economy Minister as well, because I think that we need to be working right across our departments and situating this very much in an executive-led approach to tackling the climate emergency.
I call Steve Egan.
Question number 3, Mr Speaker, please.
The Department has not started a review into the future of Northern Ireland Water. Northern Ireland Water was established in 2007 and today holds dual status as a government-owned company and as a non-departmental public body. Since formation, Northern Ireland Water has significantly improved the delivery of water and sewage services in Northern Ireland. Throughout the most recent regulatory price control, PC15, Northern Ireland Water has consistently exceeded the levels of service and efficiency required by the utility regulator. Northern Ireland Water now makes recurring annual savings of around £65 million as compared to the legacy water service pre-2007. When compared to the most efficient water and sewage companies in England and Wales, Northern Ireland Water has closed the efficiency gap from 49% in 2007-8 to within 7% today. Given these achievements, I see no clear benefit to review the future of Northern Ireland Water. What I have done and what I will continue to do is to present the argument for sufficient public funding for Northern Ireland Water to my executive colleagues. I recognise that modern, well-maintained and sufficiently funded sustainable water and wastewater is essential to deliver economic growth, address regional imbalance and tackle the climate emergency.
Steve Egan, supplementary.
Thank you very much indeed. May I thank the Minister indeed for her replies so far. At the Finance Committee recently, we were hearing discussions particularly about Northern Ireland Water and the future funding mechanisms. And indeed, in questions already you gave today to the Assembly, you realise that there is somewhere in the region of about £1.5 billion that is required, even as an interim, to be able to make Belfast wastewater requirements, never mind the rest of Northern Ireland's. So, bearing in mind that is the case, what would you be in favour of? Would you be in favour of mutualisation, bringing in of water charges, or some other hybrid model, because quite frankly it's unsustainable and Northern Ireland Water is not going to be able to continue as it is.
My position, and it's shared by the Executive, it's that Northern Ireland Water should be publicly owned. I therefore continue to make the case that we need to ensure that it has then sufficient public funds to fulfil that position and desire of the Executive for it to be public owned. So I will continue to make the case for funding at the Executive table, but I want to be absolutely clear. I, as Minister for Infrastructure, do not support the introduction of water charges.
Caroline Killen.
Thank the Minister for her responses. She's mentioned the Living with Water programme a few times and acknowledged that it's largely a programme for Greater Belfast. Could I ask the Minister what her department is doing to ensure that there is regional imbalance, particularly for areas who need an upgrade in water and waste, please?
Yeah. I thank the member for her question, and as well as the Living with Water in Belfast piece of work, we're also engaging in a study in Derry as well. My officials are finalising the considerations of that report, and then I will use that to be identifying the next steps forward. The reality is, because we've had historic underinvestment in our water and wastewater infrastructure, we now have over 100 locations that are either at or beyond developmental capacity. So this is not just an issue affecting Belfast, it is an issue affecting, I would argue, nearly every constituency that members represent across this House.
Thank you. I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Really, it was further to the Minister's last response in terms of the impact right across the north. I already know in my own constituency that planning applications have been refused or put on hold because of the lack of capacity, particularly within sewage. And I know the Minister time and time again has made a call for greater investment by the Executive in water and sewage infrastructure. Can the Minister outline right across the north the impact that this lack of investment is having?
Yeah, as the member rightly highlights, the historic underfunding of Northern Ireland Water is now manifesting itself through a growing number of areas where there are now development constraints. As I said, there are currently over 100 such areas, with a further 37 under stress. And I believe, and it is the responsibility of this Executive to address this constrained funding for our public services. We have to be absolutely honest and real. If we do not address the water and wastewater infrastructure difficulties, then we will not be able to build the many new homes that we need. We will not be able to have the economic growth that our citizens deserve. And so it's absolutely fundamental, if we as an Executive are to deliver on our programme for government, that we realise the investment required in our water and wastewater infrastructure right across the north.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Number 4.
I would hope that all Assembly members are well aware that my department's resource budget presents an ongoing challenge for the delivery of its statutory duties. This financial year continues to be very challenging, and when inflationary pay and price pressures are taken into account, it is effectively a real terms cut. Members may also be aware that the increase of only 3% on the 2020-21 opening position has been specifically attributed to Northern Ireland Water. This means that there is little to no flexibility within my resource funding to rebalance towards anything else other than to focus on delivering statutory and other essential duties. However, I am committed to investing in active travel, as we have to address the issues of how we travel if we are to deal with the challenges we face in respect of health and well-being in the climate emergency. Last year, I announced a £20 million capital blue-green infrastructure fund, and I am committed to delivering a similar level of capital funding this year. However, in addition to that, I am looking at opportunities within the constraints I am operating within to fund activities from the resource budget.
Kelly Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Minister, I agree with you that it is part of your essential duties to consider climate change, and one of the ways that we can do that is through active travel. You have mentioned the £20 million capital money, but that's significantly less than 5% of your total capital budget. How can we hope to move forward the blue-green change to the way that we travel unless it's funded appropriately? And can you increase the number of or the amount of funding available for this blue-green fund through other capital options?
thank the member for her question, and there's a responsibility on all of us, whether they're ministers or as citizens in our society, to be playing our part in climate action. I obviously would like to be able to do so much more, but I have to operate within the funding envelope that I have been given. So I remain committed to doing what I can within those financial constraints when it comes to climate action. That's why my intention is to roll on the £20 million Blue-Green Fund, and as I've said, I'm working now with my officials through very difficult scenarios on the resource side to see what we may be able to do there. The reality is, if every time I go to do something more or new, I have to then look at stopping something that the department is already carrying out. And as members will know, the role of my department is so operational and impacts on everybody's life that throws up very difficult scenarios. So it is a very difficult balancing act, but I am committed to doing what I can. I think it's been demonstrated in the Blue-Green Fund, and I would hope that councils have been continuing to develop their proposals so that I'm in a position to be able to financially support many more projects in this financial year.
Philip McGuigan.
Can Collier, and I thank the Minister for her answer and acknowledge the ambition that she has shown, but she will be aware that her department has recently taken some criticism on relation to slow progress on active travel measures, particularly when it comes to progressing cycling-only infrastructure. Just given, and she has outlined it herself, the economic, environmental and health benefits of active travel, can I ask the Minister if she is considering introducing an active travel bill that would help put active travel on a statutory footing?
I thank the member for raising his question. This was something that I would have been very keen to do, and actually in taking up post had asked officials to look into it. The reality now that given the impact of the pandemic and the impact that had on the work of the department, combined with a very limited amount of time left in this mandate, it's not going to be possible to be able to bring forward primary legislation. So what I have asked officials to do then is to look to see about changing the culture in my department. It's also about changing the policy focus and changing kind of the areas that we invest in. So we're trying to do that piece of work and advance all of that change where we can. But I would hope that my successor, whoever that is, continues on in this vein and would give very positive consideration to bringing forward an active travel bill, because I think it would be hugely beneficial.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, it's one thing getting your picture taken pointing into potholes. It's another matter for the Sinn Féin Finance Minister altogether to pony up to pay for their repair. Everyone knows the Sinn Féin Minister holds the purse strings. With your resource budget effectively being a real terms cut to the Infrastructure Minister, you have a very difficult job balancing competing priorities. Have you asked the Sinn Féin Finance Minister for more money for these priorities and for the repair of potholes?
Thank the member for his question. As I outlined in a previous response, the department's resource outcome is very disappointing. I mean, that's there for all to see. The budget outcome is such that not all of even our most high priority or inescapable pressures have been met by a significant margin, and following successive reducing budgets, the department has emphasised the extent that further budget reductions cannot be found without having an impact on public services, including public transport and road maintenance. I have, of course, made the Finance Minister and executive colleagues aware of these pressures. While I bid for additional money on the department's £62 million of COVID pressures, I received an allocation of £20 million. Should the remaining pressures not be met in year, this is likely to impact on the essential services that the department delivers. But I will continue to stress the real pressures for our key service and will bid in year, as I did last year, to improve our services for citizens.
And can we bring Karen Mullen on screen, please?
Question number 5, Minister.
I am ambitious for our rail network, and I'm keen to do all that I can to explore how we progress rail improvements within the limited budgetary envelope that has been made available to us. I also want to ensure that any proposals for changes to the rail network include operational and financial viability and have a clear focus on the part that rail can play in growing the all-island economy, improving the ability of people to connect with and access opportunities, and addressing regional imbalance. I do believe that rail has huge untapped potential to deliver multiple benefits across our island, and I am committed to addressing regional imbalance by improving connectivity to the North West area. In line with this, I have commissioned a feasibility study to get Phase 3 of the Coleraine to Derry project back on track. I have also commissioned additional studies to explore the possibility of a half-hourly service from Derry to Belfast, as well as providing additional halts at Ballykelly, Strathfoyle and City of Derry Airport. Work on the Phase 3 feasibility study is ongoing, with a number of topographical and pilot studies underway, and I continue to work with the campaign group Into the West as we advance that work and keep it moving forward. Rail is absolutely key to the future of travel on our island, and I will continue to do all that I can to enhance opportunities, particularly for communities that have been left behind for too long.
Supplementary, Carmel.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for that update. Clearly, investment is needed in the Derry to Coleraine railway line. Can I ask the Minister also to give me an update on the active travel centre that is meant to be part of the North West Transport Hub? I understand that your department has made an application to SEUPB for funding. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'm very keen to increase the proportion of everyday journeys made by walking, cycling and public transport right across the north. Enhanced passenger facilities opened in November last year in the North West Transport Hub, with the completion of the main station work, along with a new 100-space park and ride facility. My department, as you say, has submitted an application for funding of the Active and Sustainable Travel Centre from the Interreg programme to the Special European Union programmes. SEUPB has advised this request for funding is still under consideration, and my officials continue to make contact in the hope that we can get this matter positively resolved.
Well, Gary Middleton.
I thank the Minister for her responses so far. The Minister will be aware that it is important that we improve rail connectivity to the North West. Council recently approved a motion to seek your backing for a feasibility study into the Londonderry to Portadown rail line and to restore that. Is that something the Minister is actively going to support?
I thank the member for his question, and I've announced a number of feasibility studies in terms of improving connectivity into the North West. I've also agreed to part fund a feasibility study into the railway line from Portadown to Armagh. I suppose the difficulty that I have now is I've received multiple requests for individual feasibility studies, and the member will know that I'm working on a regional strategic transport plan, and I think it's very important that we take a strategic approach to this. So that's going to go out for consultation later this year, and I would encourage members in the North West to be making representations about rail lines and what they would like to see in that. And the member will also know that we have launched the All-Island Strategic Rail Review as well, which will look at rail connectivity right across the island and will be data-led as well. So there is a lot of opportunity here for people to be feeding in and to be shaping it, and I believe to be dramatically improving our rail infrastructure.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to your questions so far. Minister, I know you'll agree our late colleague John Dallard, very proud of the huge amount of work and focus and attention you've put on investing in rail and the various reviews you've got on. He's been a champion of this all his life and public life in particular. So, Minister, with that said, you've mentioned the review. What would the benefits of that strategic rail review be for the North West?
I thank the member for his question. And last month I was delighted to announce, along with Minister Ryan, the launch of the Strategic All-Island Rail Review, and that will explore the opportunities to better connect communities in the North West, yes, but much further afield as well, and will open up opportunities for our island economy. Since coming into office, I have been clear that it is my priority to address regional imbalance, tackle the climate crisis and better connect communities across Ireland. So this review will allow us to consider the rail network across this island and how we can improve it. And I look forward to working with colleagues north and south as we maximise the opportunities from rail in particular to transform travel and opportunities for our citizens who share this island. As I said, the purpose of this review will be to allow data to drive how we improve and expand our rail connections. This process is at an early stage, with a procurement exercise being undertaken to appoint a service provider to deliver the review.
And that ends the period for list of questions, and I call Mr Trevor Clark.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister in relation to the infrastructure in terms of the roads? One of the visual things that many people will see driving along is the state of the roads. We've just come out of this last year in terms of the pandemic, but in terms of the potholes and the road repairs, they seem to be actually getting much worse. Has the Minister any plans to get additional money to bring the roads up to some form of a better standard than they currently are?
I thank the member for his question. And what we are seeing manifest is years of underinvestment in our road network. The independent Barton report identified that there is a requirement of investment of £143 million per annum just to maintain the structural integrity of our roads. And so the fact that we aren't investing that amount of money is manifesting itself in potholes and a deterioration in the road network. I put a bid in as part of the budget process for £120 million for structural maintenance, and I recognise that this is a difficulty and it's one of huge frustrations to people right across Northern Ireland. So I will continue to do what I can within the financial constraints to ensure that we are trying to fix our road network, because, as I said before in this House, if you don't do the basics right, then people find it very difficult to have confidence in us as an executive. So, I remain committed to trying to do what I can, but I have to be honest as well about the financial difficulties that my department is experiencing, given the level of investment that is required in the road network.
Trevor Clark, supplementary.
Minister, for that, and I accept that. There has always been a concern about underinvestment in the roads, but given now that it seems that actually the repairs are actually repairing the potholes that were repaired previously, and there's safety concerns where people are driving roads. There's these arbitrary figures in terms of the depth of these. Whilst in main roads, what we're witnessing now, people are swerving on the roads to try and avoid the roads because they're in such a bad state, which actually also feeds into road safety and the dangers that comes with that. And we all are aware in terms of, obviously, people can put in claims to road service, but we know in our own constituencies where we see in particular areas multiple damage to vehicles, which in essence is going to be passed on as a cost to your department. So what piece of work can you do in the short term to find out where the biggest problem areas are and address those in the meantime until the additional investment is found?
Member for his question. So the department has a matrix and it has a framework within which it operates in terms of ensuring that there's a consistent approach right across Northern Ireland, and that is priority led, so the worst defects get the quickest amount of attention. But this comes back to the fundamental problem of insufficient funding. As I said, the Barton report identified a requirement of £143 million just to maintain the structural integrity. There hasn't been that level of funding for many years. So the difficulty that my department finds itself in is trying to carry out the work that we know is required without having the funds to be able to do it. But I will continue to make the case around the executive table to ensure that we can get the funding that is required so that we can find a way of dealing with this, because patching may work in the first instance, but it's not the most cost-effective approach in the longer term, and I recognise that.
Next two members are not in their place now. Now call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Caught me off guard there. Thanks, Minister, for the answer to your question so far. Minister, today you've announced the consultation in relation to the heavy goods vehicles that are going through Clady Village in the heart of my constituency. Recently, constituents have met with you and have expressed huge concern, and to your credit, Minister, you've responded to their calls for help. Minister, could you give us an update as to what happens next?
I know the member and his colleague, Councillor Edwards, have been very much campaigning on this issue, and I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to meet with residents directly to hear of their concerns and how this issue is impacting on them. As the member will know, the public consultation in 2019 attracted a number of objections from local businesses which would be adversely affected by the weight restriction, and this exemption is intended to reduce this impact. The legislation would prohibit vehicles exceeding 7.5 tonnes from using the B85 road in Clady from its junction with the Bells Park road to its junction with the Ernie road. Under the current proposal, there will be exceptions for vehicles from the weight restriction operating from within the immediate rural catchment and for vehicles delivering or collecting from properties. The scheme could be introduced later this year depending on the outcome of the consultation, and I would encourage everyone locally to share their views in this very short consultation.
Daniel McCrossan, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that answer and for her firm commitment to the people of Clady that she is dedicated to resolving this issue. The Minister will be aware Clady is a very small rural village. It's a very narrow street and there's cars parked outside people's residential homes. And when heavy-duty lorries come through, or heavy goods lorries come through to access Donegal, they're blocking this village, causing considerable issues. Will the Minister again reaffirm her support to resolving this issue and give a commitment to this House and to the people of Clady that she will do everything within her grasp to see this resolved as swiftly as possible? Thank you.
I do recognise the importance of this issue, and I listened to residents whose homes have been damaged because of the huge vehicles passing by their homes. We had to go out to consult on this issue, and the consultation is a short period. It opens on the 26th of May and it closes on the 18th of June. So I would encourage the member and his constituents to respond positively to that consultation. And I reiterate the commitment that I gave to the residents when I met with them to do what we can to move this forward as quickly as possible, because it has been an issue that's been around for quite some time.
Thank you. And I call Dagna McAleer.
I just want to go back to the topic of potholes, which was raised previously, and the Minister will know that anyone who represents rural constituency that this is probably one of the biggest issues that we face from drivers and motorists about the conditions of rural roads. And I was just wondering, could the Minister provide us with an update on her Roads Recovery Fund? Thank you.
I recognise, I think we all do, that there's been historical underinvestment in our road network for a significant number of years, and that many rural roads are in need of repairs. The member will know that in response to this, I allocated £12 million of my 2020-21 capital budget to a Roads Recovery Fund, and of this £10 million was specifically directed towards rural roads. This funding did allow the targeting of many short lengths of roads that were in particularly poor condition, and it is currently estimated that over 750 locations on the rural road network will have benefited from this funding. I am currently finalising my budget for 2021-22. However, I can assure the member that I remain committed to setting up a further Roads Recovery Fund from the available 21-22 budget to continue delivering this important work to improve connectivity and to help rural communities.
Dagna McAleer, supplementary.
I want to thank the Minister for her comments, and I also want to welcome her comments as well. The Minister will be aware that the 2019 audit report indicated that fairer coverage should be provided for the rural road network from the structural maintenance budget. So I just want to raise that with the Minister, and also just to reaffirm her commitment to addressing that issue of potholes and the maintenance of rural roads, which has caused so much havoc for motorists and is a serious issue for particularly those who represent the most rural areas. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know this is an issue that the member has made multiple representations on behalf of his constituents. I am aware of the Northern Ireland Audit Office report and the recommendations, and work has been taken by my officials in terms of implementing those recommendations. I'm happy to provide a written update to the member on the specific recommendation that he has highlighted.
I call Caroline Keelan.
Minister, could you give an update on unwanted and obstructive parking in residential areas in terms of what your department is doing? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and it's really important that we ensure that our roads and our streets are made safe for local communities and are accessible for residents. My department was involved in a residents' parking scheme in the Rugby Road area, and a review of that scheme has been undertaken, and I'm discussing the findings with officials. I think there is much value in residents' parking schemes. They're quite difficult at times to get agreement on, but certainly there's benefits to be derived, and I would like to see many more of these schemes rolled out across the north. There's also the issue of enforcement for obstructive parking as well, and so traffic attendants are in place to ensure that where there is obstructive parking, that fines are issued accordingly. The other area where we do a lot of work is around road signs itself and painting of that as well. So we try to come at this issue from a number of points, as well as educational, in terms of advising people that they need to park responsibly and they need to park safely.
Supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that update. She will be aware that in our constituency, the Lancaster Street area has been subject to people using it as an unwanted car park, and the residents actually have had their driveways blocked, and indeed emergency vehicles. Emergency services have made complaints about not getting access with vehicles and have had to get out on foot. Given that it's right beside the York Street interchange, and I know the Minister's position on this, but could you take this opportunity to not only assure the members who live in that, but certainly those in Henry Street, that before any work takes part on the York Street interchange, that we'll need to look at mitigations and environmental protections, including pest control, parking, all the other issues that residents need, because their quality of life at the minute has been severely disrupted at the development of the Ulster University, and indeed the construction workers have used that area very carelessly for parking, and some of the traffic wardens are not acquainted with the law. Thank you.
Yeah, I am very much aware of this issue, and I have asked for my officials to arrange for the current road markings within Lancaster Street and Thomas Street to be refreshed, and also to drop a proposal for the marking of I-bar road markings at entrances at McGurk's Way, Lancaster Street and Thomas Street in advance of an informal consultation on this particular issue. In respect of, and I know the member has written to me on this issue as well, and I'm passing her concerns on to the Ulster University as well, because of the issue with those who are involved in the construction and parking difficulties that's presented. I also want to reassure around the York Street interchange. I accepted all of the recommendations in full, one of which was around proper consultation and engagement with stakeholders. I'm very clear that one of the key stakeholders in this scheme is a local community, and I want to make sure that the York Street interchange works for those who will use the road, but also works for those who live around it. So they will be kept up to date, and of course I will keep the member updated as well.
Next member is not in his place, and I call Paul Frew.
Can I ask the Minister, given the severe blockage on development in my own constituency of North Antrim and of course right across the province, can the Minister provide this House with an update and a resolution to the problems with NI Water?
The member will know that there has been, and I tend to sound like a broken record here, but I mean it's standard fact that there's been historic underinvestment in our water and wastewater infrastructure, and so that's manifesting itself in the fact that there's over 100 locations now where we're either at or beyond developmental capacity, so it's a huge difficulty. The utility regulator has recently ruled on the funding that's required for the next price control period. That's £2 billion of capital investment. Of course, the difficulty here is that we're still operating from single-year budgets, and that is a big challenge in itself. But I will continue to work with my executive colleagues to ensure that we do get the funding that is required to deliver on our water and wastewater infrastructure, so that we can see the economic growth that will deliver, and also the ability then to be able to build many new homes, because we're badly in need of that as well.
Supplementary, Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Is there a strategic way out of this, Minister, whereby of the 100 locations that you rightly name, is there a strategic path as to what should get funding first and get development first? And would the Minister agree with me that funding in itself won't cure this issue, and there may have to be another look at how NI Water is governed and functioned?
In respect of the member's question about prioritisation, there is quite a robust prioritisation process already in place. So Northern Ireland Water works with the utility regulator, and they work with the Northern Ireland Environment Agency as well. And so there's an assessment of developmental constraints, but also environmental concerns and water quality. And all of that work then leads into the prioritised list of investment that comes forward in the price control period. So I want to assure him that there is a robust process in place. In respect of going forward, the fundamental issue here is whether you believe that people should be charged for water or not. The position of the SDLP and the position of myself as Minister, and it's shared by executive colleagues, is that people should not be paying for their water over and beyond what they're paying for in their rates. So if that is our agreed position, then we need to ensure that we give the the appropriate levels of public funding to enable us to address the historic underinvestment, but also to upgrade the water and wastewater infrastructure, not just always looking at hard engineering solutions as well, and that's why the Living with Water programme in Belfast is really important too.
And members, time is up. Could members please take a recess for a moment or two? Okay, members, we now move on to questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call William Irwin to ask the first question.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
My department, in partnership with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, currently provides annual funding of approximately £4.5 million to the 11 policing and community safety partnerships that exist across Northern Ireland. Following engagement and consultation, PCSPs identify and prioritise local community safety issues in order to improve community safety, tackle antisocial behaviour and increase confidence in policing. Each PCSP, made up of elected, independent and statutory members, then agrees on the appropriate allocation of funding towards programmes that help address local community safety issues, including road safety. Over recent years, a number of PCSPs have responded to road safety concerns and have provided funding for the purchase and deployment of speed indicator devices to help address those concerns. Given the ongoing priorities within my department, constraints on budgets, and recognising that road safety sits under the broad policy responsibility of the Department for Infrastructure, the Department of Justice is not in a position to provide additional funding to PCSPs expressly for the purpose of enabling them to fund more speed indicator devices. I am, however, content that should community demand for local SIDs increase, PCSPs have sufficient flexibility within their action plans and within existing budgets to work with the PSNI and DFI colleagues to support further rollout.
Supplementary, William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can thank the Minister for her response. Given the importance of road safety, would the Minister agree with me that speed indicator devices are an effective way to help highlight speed awareness?
With respect to the effectiveness of SID devices, a joint committee comprising representatives from my department and the Northern Ireland Policing Board oversees the work of PCSPs. All PCSPs provide the Joint Committee with quarterly PCSP action plan, delivery progress reports and are required to use an outcome-based accountability model to measure the effectiveness of the services and interventions they support. To take just a recent example, reports from Newry, Mourne and Down PCSP for the final quarter of 2020-21 showed that for the 7 speed indicator device signs installed across the district at that time, on average 10% of motorists reduced their speed due to the presence of the devices. They are therefore a useful tool, but only as part of the broader panoply of measures used to improve road safety outcomes. The data captured by the devices is governed and shared locally with the PCSP, PSNI, DFI and relevant community organisations. Following analysis, that data is used by the PSNI to identify traffic patterns and informs the deployment of enforcement teams. It can also be beneficial to DFI when they are considering where to place new traffic calming measures.
I call Cal Boylan, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And could I thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, just in relation to the speed indicator devices, I mean, there does be complaints about traffic, calming ramps in particular. So this is an alternative measure. So would the Minister undertake to have a conversation with the Infrastructure Minister to ensure that these speed indicator devices are rolled out where necessary and where appropriate?
I thank the member for his question. My understanding is that the use of SIDs are not an alternative to traffic calming measures, but can be used by the Department for Infrastructure to identify where traffic calming measures may be appropriate. However, based on the fact that this issue has been raised by members of PCSPs and indeed by members of the Assembly, I have also recently written to the Department for Infrastructure and to the Minister Nicola Mallon just to assess the role that her department might play in terms of being able to either assist or guide the rollout of SIDs in an appropriate way.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Speaking of indicator devices, does the Minister think that you might need a truth indicator device when it comes to the HMIC report, given that a key premise of that report, namely that there was an events company with which the PSNI cooperated, not least on road safety, now turns out to be false? If there was no such company, how can the Minister sustain the position that she welcomes what she called a comprehensive report?
Well, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, I need no such device in terms of honesty, integrity or truth, and it's fairly clear that the member in question doesn't need a shoehorn either, given that he managed to turn that into a question that had nothing to do with the substantive issue.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Ennis.
Question 2.
Following the 2019 recommendation for the Criminal Justice Inspectorate for Northern Ireland that the Department consider how to address potential inadequacies in the law around strangulation, in the summer of 2020 I commissioned a review on non-fatal strangulation offences. The review aims to identify and address any inadequacies in the current policy and legislation on non-fatal strangulation. The scope of the review was later extended to include consideration of the rough sex defence, so-called, reflecting the similar legislative consideration being given to that issue during the passage of the Westminster Domestic Abuse Act 2021. My officials have conducted research and have taken account of relevant legislative and judicial developments in other jurisdictions locally and internationally. An expert stakeholder reference group was also established to assist with this work. I am pleased to report that the work is at an advanced stage. The review team is now finalising a report for public consultation on non-fatal strangulation offences. The consultation will set out relevant background information and research and seek public and relevant stakeholders' views on the most appropriate way forward for the criminal justice system to respond to cases of non-fatal strangulation. The consultation will be launched in the coming weeks.
Supplementary, Sinead Ennis.
And I welcome the Minister's clarification there. Obviously, the review on non-fatal strangulation offences is a crucial piece of work, and I welcome the work that has been done. So, can the Minister just confirm then whether the outcome of the review on non-fatal strangulation offences, whether she anticipates that will indeed be reflected in any changes to her Justice Bill?
The issue of non-fatal strangulation may yet make the Justice Bill, but if it does so, it would be as an amendment. There is some discussion around whether that is the most appropriate mechanism, but certainly in terms of the rough sex defence, that will be dealt with in terms of the Justice Bill, at least as a first pass. There are a number of issues the member will be aware that come to play in terms of non-fatal strangulation and indeed the consent to cause harm. And as you will be aware, we want to finish the consultation process before reaching a final conclusion with respect to that. One of the issues about the maximum sentence, where that is tried as an indictable-only offence, the maximum sentence is actually discretionary life. However, in some cases this is dealt with in the Magistrates' Court, where the maximum sentence is 6 months to 12 months for a small number of indictable offences that can be tried summarily in the Magistrates' Court. I know that at least one member of the judiciary, District Judge McElholm, has raised his concerns about the issue of both judicial training and also the level of offence and penalty for non-fatal strangulation, all of which we want to consider as part of the review.
I call Michelle McElveen.
My officials in the Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service recently published their modernisation vision statement, which set out ambitious plans to deliver independent, fair and effective modern courts and tribunals to serve the people of Northern Ireland. The document acknowledges the current estate lacks the flexibility and technological capacity required of a modern justice system, and outlines how a more consistent standard of accommodation will be delivered through an evidence-based asset management and investment. In spite of the obvious delays in construction that have been caused by the pandemic, my officials in the Courts and Tribunal Service have continued to manage improvements in buildings right across Northern Ireland, with investments both strategic and tactical, comprising smaller-scale maintenance works and larger capital projects. This year, our energy efficiency upgrade will continue with projects on site in Downpatrick, Ballymena, Coleraine and Armagh, and others progressing through design and procurement stages. More than 40 courtrooms across the Nix estate have been upgraded to install modern audio and video conferencing technology, which allows remote and hybrid hearings and facilitates digital display of evidence. The Courtroom Technology Programme was essential in allowing courts to continue throughout the pandemic and will continue in the coming months, further increasing access to justice and boosting digital capability. In relation to Newtonards, plans are well advanced to upgrade and replace all windows at the building. This project will address long-standing maintenance issues and improve energy efficiency. It is anticipated that works will commence over the summer months. The Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service will continue to take forward a range of improvement works to ensure that courts and tribunal buildings are fit for purpose and can support the delivery of physical, virtual and hybrid services.
Gail McElveen, supplementary.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer, and I do welcome the improvement works that she has announced, in particular for Newtonards Courthouse. But can I seek an assurance from the Minister that it is not her intention to rationalise the estate any further, and particularly Newtonards Courthouse, as her party colleague who had previously held the portfolio had suggested, given the need for services such as these in our smaller towns?
It's widely recognised that many of the buildings in the court estate are not fit for purpose, with most old, a number listed and some, even with investment, not able to meet the standards that I think people have the right to expect. This doesn't mean that there are existing plans to close any buildings at this stage. There is no court closure list. Instead, Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service has completed a comprehensive technical survey of the entire estate, which will provide the data necessary to make informed investment decisions over the next 5 to 10 year period. An estate strategy and strategic asset management plan are under development. These documents will set out how the physical estate will support the full range of Nix business and the levels of investment that will be required. That strategy will be subject to engagement with all stakeholders, including elected representatives.
Alan Chambers, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Following the welcome refurbishments of numerous courts around Northern Ireland, can the Minister confirm how many cases in the backlog caused by COVID this investment has helped to clear? Thank you.
It wouldn't be possible, Mr. Speaker, to link particular cases and numbers with the work that we have done. However, if we look at what we have been able to do, I can perhaps outline the work that has been done and then a little bit about progress on recovery. 44 courtrooms have been upgraded to date. Over £1 million has been spent on courtroom technology. We have also included remote working facilities maximised, so 300 laptops and Wi-Fi enabled PCs have been provided to staff to allow them to work not only in places in the courthouse where they don't have network points, but also to be able to facilitate working from home. We have also included the Nightingale accommodation in the International Conference Centre to allow coroner's court hearings, tribunal business and welfare appeals, small claims courts, pre-hearing consultation space and jury assembly to free up some of the room that we have in Laganside Court. There are also now 66 Sitelink licences and 17 WebEx in operation across the court facility to allow us to have both hybrid and virtual hearings. And we've also installed 27 additional video conferencing units in courtrooms. Just prior to the COVID lockdown, there were around 8,100 criminal cases in the court system. With the closure of courts over the first lockdown, this rose to approximately 12,800 cases by early September last year. With the reopening of most courts since August 2020, there have been more magistrates' cases disposed by the courts than received, so the current real-time management information suggests that we now have a case of around 10,500 cases. And indeed, children's order cases are being dealt with currently at a rate which precedes lockdown levels by around 20%. However, as members will be aware, I have made a bid for court recovery as part of the budget plans, and I am hopeful that that will be received positively by the Department for Finance.
I get a call, John Blair.
Speaker, the question's just been asked, but I will keep trying.
Thank you, and I call Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Can the Minister advise us on how long she anticipates the Nightingale courts to continue to be used?
At the moment, we have a contract which takes us up to the end of June. However, we continue in discussions with the management of the centre around potentially being able to continue that through the summer. Obviously, much will depend on the relaxations and whether or not conferencing business will be able to restart. But given the strictures around travel regulations, I think international conferencing in particular may still be in quite a depleted state come that point, and so they may be welcoming of a tenant that continues through the summer period. But we will keep members obviously informed of any changes.
Call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers to your question so far. Minister, pre-COVID, court estates were used for appeals for people going through the benefits process. I'm just wondering, does the Minister believe that's an appropriate use of the estate, and does she believe that the estate is up to date enough to ensure disability access, given that there's heavy doors, no real automatic door opening, and difficulty in parking?
Well, I think the member has set out very clearly what I referenced in my answer to Ms McIlveen, which is that the court's estate often falls short of the highest standards that we would wish to have because they are old, historic buildings. Very often they are listed and therefore we can't make changes. It is, of course, appropriate that tribunal cases would be heard within the courts and tribunals system, because it is not, of course, just the court system. It actually includes tribunals, and it's important that we're able to do that. We do have extensive plans, however, for modernisation, and one of the big pieces that we're looking at, one of the first pieces, will be to provide a very modern facility in the North West in order that we can match the kind of facilities that we've been able to provide in the Greater Belfast area.
I call Linda Dillon.
A good can Corlia, and thank the Minister for answers. Question number 4.
The Minister of Finance is leading on engagement with the UK Government on behalf of the Executive in relation to funding for the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. However, in addition to participating in meetings involving the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and the Finance Minister, I have also raised the issue separately with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland on a number of occasions at meetings and in correspondence. The most recent meeting with the Secretary of State relating to the scheme was held on the 7th of April 2021. I attended that meeting with the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and the Finance Minister. The meeting was arranged following an offer made by the Secretary of State to provide access to £100 million of new decade new approach funding for the financial years 2022-23 to 2025-26, where the financial pressures of the scheme on the Executive are expected to be greatest. The Secretary of State indicated that no further funding would be made available for the scheme. However, he agreed to a further meeting later this year when more detailed information would be available on the profile of applications to the scheme, which would inform more accurate estimates of cost. On the basis of the estimated cost of the scheme, we expressed strongly to the Secretary of State our collective position that the offer of financial support falls considerably short of what was expected, and that the UK Government would need to provide additional funding to avoid such a financial strain on the Northern Ireland Block Grant. I also raised concerns about the impact on funding for proposed legacy arrangements if the funding was being diverted from that set aside for the arrangements envisaged in New Decade New Approach. Discussions with the Secretary of State and the UK Government will continue. In the meantime, an undertaking has been provided to the courts that payments will be made to successful applicants under the scheme. That is important reassurance, Mr Speaker, to victims that payments will be made when they fall due under the terms of the scheme, regardless of where the funding comes from.
Linda Dillon, supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I do think it's important that victims do know that regardless of what discussions are ongoing or what arguments there are with the British Government over who should be paying, that they will receive their money, and I think that's very important. Minister, could you outline if you've had any discussions or any approaches from the Secretary of State or the British Government in relation to their proposed legacy bill as outlined in the Queen's speech, given that it effectively gives an amnesty to British state forces and also rules out the possibility of any type of Article 2 compliant investigation?
The Secretary of State has contacted, I think, the leaders of all of the executive parties to discuss the proposals that he intends to bring forward. As a party alliance, have now met with the Secretary of State on 2 occasions, and I anticipate there will be a further meeting to come in the days ahead. As Justice Minister, I have met with the Secretary of State on 1 occasion, specifically with respect to the impact on the justice system, and I have said that my officials are free to continue to engage with his officials in respect of the workability of any proposals that he may bring forward. To be clear, however, it is not my intention, either as Leader of Alliance or as Justice Minister, to be involved in co-design of any scheme that will lead to a full amnesty or that will disrupt the outworking of the justice system as would be anticipated under Article 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer so far. And I want to thank the Minister as well for the work that her department has done on the permanent disablement, the Victims' Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. It's really appreciated. Could I ask the Minister, just for her view, does she believe that payments will start to be made this financial year?
Well, I think it's a very positive development that the President has indicated his intention that the scheme will open from the 30th of June. It is a complex scheme and a number of operational issues are currently being progressed in advance of the scheme opening for applications. That includes design of the medical assessment service by capita. It will be a matter for the Victims Payment Board to confirm when payments may be made from the scheme, but that will depend on the number of applications, complexity of applications and so on. I am aware, however, that the President and Victims Payment Board are committed to ensuring that applications will be processed as expeditiously as possible under the regulations. I would expect that those more complete applications, which require less assessment, may well come to fruition within the current financial year.
Well, Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that it makes sense that our Executive Office and their ministers had an agreed position on trying to work with the British Government to get some funds from this, as I understand that they haven't had any joint engagement with the British Government regarding the funding of the programme?
Well, I think I stated in earlier answers that, in fact, the First and Deputy First Minister had met with the UK Government, along with myself and with the Finance Minister, to discuss these issues, and we have a collective position as an executive that the UK Government need to continue to make more significant contributions to this matter. You said that no engagement. They did.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the detail given thus far around the Victims Payment Scheme. But some victims will have already died before being able to make an application to the scheme, of course, and others will sadly pass away before the scheme becomes operational. So can I ask the Minister what provision there is in place to deal with these victims?
I thank the member for his question. Just to return to the previous member's question, because he seems dissatisfied with the response that I gave. The UK Government are represented in these negotiations by the Northern Ireland Office. They are part of the UK Cabinet, and therefore when the First and Deputy First Minister engage with the Northern Ireland Office, they're engaging with the UK Government, which was the question that was asked. Furthermore, the Finance Minister is engaging with Treasury on the matter, and therefore the issue is being addressed at all levels of UK Government that is appropriate. With respect to those who have passed away in the interim and are unable to therefore benefit from the claim itself, there is provision in the regulations for the board to, first of all, for the applicant to have a nominated beneficiary to receive a payment if they die after submitting their application. Also, in the regulations for the board to decide if someone may apply to receive such payments in the event that no one has been nominated. And further, the regulations also provide for posthumous applications, and as such will ensure in cases where an individual who would have been entitled to victims' payments but passed away before being able to make an application may be made by a person the deceased could have nominated under the regulations.
Next 2 members are not in their places, and I move to a question for Mr. Alex Easton.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Department of Justice manages the third largest non-ring-fenced resource DEL budget across the Northern Ireland departments, behind health and education, and has an annual budget of approximately £1.1 billion. Within the department there are 3 core directorates, 5 executive agencies and 8 executive non-departmental public bodies, including the Police Service of Northern Ireland. The department manages a range of volatile and demand-led services, such as the payment of legal aid costs and criminal damage and criminal injuries compensation payments. Relative to the size and nature of the budget, the department has successfully managed to minimise underspends in each of the last 3 years to around 1% of the total final in-year non-ring-fenced resource DEL budget and around 3 to 4% of the capital DEL budget. Underspends based on the financial outturn over the 3 financial years 2017-18, 2019-20 were non-fenced ring-fenced resource DEL 4.3 million, 5.8 million and 8.9 million, which equates to 0.4, 0.6 and 0.8 of the final budget. With respect to capital DEL, the underspends for the same years were 1.6 million, 3.2 million and 2.9 million, which equates to 2.8%, 3.5% and 3.7% of the final budget. Final outturn for figures for 2021 will be available later this year. A significant area of underspend in non-ring-fenced resource DEL each year is in relation to compensation services and the settlement of claims for criminal damage and personal injury payments. These are particularly difficult to manage, given the uncertainty around timing and value. The underspends in this area have been 2.2, 3 and 5.6 million, respectively. Capital DEL underspends are mostly attributable to delays in projects across the Northern Ireland Prison Service, Court Service and Tribunal Service and Policing.
Alex Easton, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. Can I ask the Minister, can I ask you what processes are in place to ensure that your department ensure that all their budgets are spent to the best of their ability and offer best value for the budget that they're set for them?
The Department always seeks to minimise underspends at year-end and works very closely with the Department of Finance during monitoring rounds and the year-end process. The Department has successfully delivered underspends for non-ring-fenced resource DEL and capital DEL to within the acceptable levels for the last 3 years due to effective budget management. This is achieved largely by a continual process of keeping budgets under review and by taking part in the in-year monitoring process run by the Department of Finance. That is the opportunity to formally address pressures in-year and declare reduced requirements at each stage of the process.
The next 3 members are not in their places, and I will now call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 10. Question 11.
The OBC 1 for the redevelopment of the McGilligan site will be submitted to Financial Services Division within the next 2 months.
Supplementary, Maurice Bradley.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for that very short but very definite answer, and it's good news, so thank you very much, Minister.
More good news, short answers, short questions. I now call Gary Middleton. Gary Middleton is not in his place. Mark Durkin is not in his place. Daniel McCrossan is in his place. You get a bonus.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've ever got to all 14 questions in the year since this Assembly's return, so well done, Minister. Minister, question 14.
I'm committed to implementing the full programme of reforms under the Gillen Review into law and procedures in serious sexual offences in Northern Ireland and to improving the experience of victims of these horrendous offences. I particularly recognise the vulnerability of victims who are children, and so my officials are establishing a cross-departmental steering group to provide strategic direction and oversee the coordinated implementation of the Gillen Review recommendations specific to providing support to child victims of serious sexual offences. A priority for the group in 2021-22 will be overseeing the development of a permanent protocol to extend and build upon the judge-led voluntary protocol to expedite serious sexual offence cases involving children under 13 that began in Belfast in September 2019. A dedicated working group is also being established to make arrangements for the incremental rollout of the protocol to 1 additional Crown Court within this financial year and all Crown Court areas within Northern Ireland thereafter. The judge-led protocol will continue to operate in tandem whilst this work is ongoing. Work to extend the protocol is just one element of the programme of work that the steering group will oversee. We anticipate that a number of other work streams will also be established to take forward the implementation of other recommendations under the Gillen Review, including the development of a pilot scheme to provide publicly funded independent legal advice, specifically for children, which would mirror the sexual offences legal advice pilot which my department launched last month in respect of adult victims. Work to pilot and test arrangements for pre-recorded cross-examination and re-examination in serious sexual offence cases involving child victims. And finally, consideration of a Barnahouse-type model for Northern Ireland, which will bring all justice and therapeutic services under a single roof. These additional work streams will complement work already underway, for example, to deliver improvements on achieving best evidence and to provide remote evidence centres where children can provide evidence away from the court building.
Daniel McCross, supplementary.
Mr Speaker, the Minister gave a very detailed answer and has answered the supplementary in the body of that. Thank you.
Sorry. As I said, that now ends the period for a list of questions. Before we move on to topicals, I just want to make a point that I will be writing to all those members who have not been in their places today, and that includes a number of people from remote as well. There is a lot of work been put into by the department and ministers to respond to questions asked. So, as I say, there has been a recurring theme recently of an increase of this. So I just want to make the point that I will be writing to all those members to make sure people are in their places in due course. Okay. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Mr. Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try and make this a bit longer. Minister, there have been many reports of attacks on our emergency staff over the last few months. Our hospital staff have gone above and beyond the call of duty during the pandemic, and they and other emergency services deserve to feel safe in their place of work. Would the Minister be minded to review sentencing guidelines for incidents involving attacks on staff within our hospitals and our emergency staff on call to the aid of the general public?
I thank the member for his question. It is an issue which has actually been raised with me previously by the First Minister, and she had asked that we look at the issue of first responders and others who may come into contact with the public and be attacked in their line of work. It is something that under the sentencing review which was undertaken we have given consideration to, and we would be minded to look specifically at that area. As I've indicated previously, my intention would be to bring forward a comprehensive sentencing bill in the next mandate, and so work on that preparation of that will commence in the autumn, and it will then be for whoever is Justice Minister from next May onwards to consider whether or not it is also a priority for them.
Supplementary, Morris Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that detailed answer, a bit longer than the last one. Thank you. Minister, all remains for me to say as I look forward to the review coming back. I do think that stiffer sentences is a way to encourage support, and I think it will be a big bonus for those people who work in emergency service. They know that if they are attacked, the offender will get a just sentence. Thank you.
With respect to the sentencing, of course, that remains a matter for the judiciary, and it has largely been our approach within the department to look towards setting the maximum limit at the right level, so that as the judge has unfettered discretion, they are nevertheless aware of the seriousness of the offence which they are taking forward. In this case, our intention is to look at those people who, in the line of their work, may be attacked in this way as an aggravator for any sentencing, so that it would be seen as an aggravated offence if the person is a first responder.
William Humphrey.
The Minister for answer so far. Minister, can I ask you what progress is being made on the NDNA commitment of 7,500 police officers?
As the member will be aware, there were lengthy discussions around this issue as the budget was being set for next year. There was at one stage concern that due to the removal of Brexit funding from Westminster and a number of other issues, including the flat cash budget which we got in the department, that we would end up in a situation where we actually had a reduction in police numbers, which I think would have been very unhelpful. However, thanks to some hard work done by the Department of Justice, and I have to say other executive colleagues who took a particular interest in this matter, including his own former party leader, we have been able to secure additional resource. First of all, to secure at 7,000 officers the complement of the PSNI at the moment, and also to secure additional funding that will allow the PSNI to start to recruit an additional 100 officers this year. It will then be a matter for future budgets to ensure that that is baselined and built upon going forward. So we have made some progress, not as much as I think any of us would like, but I think given the current financial situation, it is commendable that we're able at least to start moving in the right direction, as opposed to what may have been the case that we were actually regressing.
Supplementary, William Humphrey.
And I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, the Story funeral and the events around it have clearly caused reputational damage to the PSNI. The barrister-led inquiry at City Hall and the HMIC report have not provided the clarity and certainty the general public requires. Does the Minister believe that an independent inquiry, a judge-led independent inquiry, would be both helpful and provide that clarification and that certainty the general public needs going forward and give them confidence in the PSNI again?
Well, I think it is a big step to suggest that there isn't general confidence in the PSNI. That is not my experience, certainly in dealing with the public and talking to people who I engage with at constituency level and also as Minister. However, increasing confidence in PSNI is all of our responsibilities as elected representatives. Where there are issues, we ought to engage constructively with the PSNI and with communities to build that confidence. I have yet to see any kind of substantive reason for any kind of judge-led inquiry, and I am clear that I will not cross the boundary of trying to usurp the role of the Policing Board, which has the authority and responsibility for scrutiny of the PSNI. Many of the gaps that have been raised and many of the issues that have been raised around HMIC and their report in particular are matters that do not pertain to HMIC and were never part of their remit. However, if the Policing Board and its members have questions in respect of those matters, they are of course free to place those questions with the Chief Constable and to seek a response, and indeed could go down the route of commissioning their own inquiry into those matters that would allow them to get to the detail of what they need in terms of the policing operation itself. With respect to the report from Belfast City Council, it is well outside my jurisdiction these days to comment on Belfast City Council, much as both members and indeed the Speaker may have done so in the past.
Okay, I now call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, you'll be well aware of the continued public outcry in relation to the Bobby Story funeral fiasco. If Island Events Company didn't provide security and stewarding, then who did? Thank you.
Well, I think the first thing to say, Mr. Speaker, is that I understand the real hurt and frustration that many people still feel around the events surrounding that funeral. I'm especially mindful of those who lost loved ones during the pandemic and of the fact that many of them, I think, were hurt by the fact that whilst they stuck to the rules, others didn't. I'm also very conscious that Mr. Story too has a grieving family and that every time this is raised it has an impact on them. So I think we need to proceed sensitively when we deal with these issues. Questions about who provided the security and stewarding around the funeral are simply not a matter for me as Justice Minister. I have no locus in respect of matters that are the operational responsibility of the Chief Constable, and I must respect his operational independence. The Northern Ireland Policing Board, as the PSNI's accountability body, will be receiving a written response from the Chief Constable on the findings of the inspection by Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, Fire and Rescue Services. The Board can then ask further questions if there remain areas of uncertainty, and the Chief Constable has already indicated he is happy to address any questions that the Board wish to put to him.
Harry Harvey, supplementary.
Thank you again, Speaker. The entire justice system has suffered serious reputational damage from its handling of all this. What further investigation will you direct as Justice Minister to answer this particular question? Thank you.
While there is no doubt the decisions of both the PSNI and indeed the PPS in regard to the events were the subject of intense public interest, the mechanisms that govern the operation of the justice system are designed to ensure that operational decisions are kept free of political interference, and that includes by the Justice Minister. Under the tripartite accountability arrangements, the Policing Board is the key accountability mechanism for the PSNI, not the Justice Minister, and not, with due respect to this House, the Assembly Chamber. The Board comprises a balance of political representatives and independent members who are collectively tasked with ensuring an effective, efficient, impartial, representative and accountable police service, which will secure the confidence of the whole community. The Public Prosecution Service is also reviewing its decision. Given the PPS is operationally independent of me as Justice Minister, I will quite rightly play no role whatsoever in that process. Until such times as those processes are fully worked through and exhausted, I think it would be premature to consider whether there are sufficient substantive issues as to require any further action on my part.
I call John O'Dowd.
Minister, I acknowledge your acknowledgement of the grief of Bobby Story's funeral every time this subject is raised, because it's quite clear those who raise it don't care about Bobby's funeral, and they're using the grief of others who were hurt by the events around Bobby's funeral as a political football, and they should be ashamed of themselves. But in regards to the point I wish to raise with you, Minister, is this. Will you join with me in condemning the comments from the Loyalist Community Council at Westminster last week, where they once again threatened the use of violence?
Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation in condemning any group, any organisation, which suggests that violence is still a way to further their political objectives. Violence should never be on the table. It should never have been on the table, and it should be firmly off the table as we stand here today. People making those comments are doing so recklessly, without thought to the people. We've talked about victims in this session today. We've talked about legacy. We've talked about the hurt of grieving families. And every time people threaten violence, it is those people and people like them who will be affected in the future if that comes to pass. So I would ask people seriously to de-escalate some of the language they use around these issues. It is neither helpful to their cause, nor is it appropriate in what is meant to be a lawful society.
Supplementary, John O'Dowd.
Minister, is it not the case that those political parties who meet with the LCC give them a status they don't deserve? And while I recognise wholly that everyone should use their efforts to encourage groups to unarm and disband, meeting these groups in common cause for a political objective is the wrong way forward, and that the only item on the agenda, not the first item, not the last item, the only item on the agenda for these meetings should be this: when are you disbanding?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm on record previously as having said that it is the only question on which I would be willing to engage with the LCC. Because until loyalist paramilitarism has ended, until those organisations that are involved with it and any other paramilitary organisation have gone away, then we are not in a situation where we have normal society and normal operation of society, while the coercive control structures of any illegal organisation are still operating in our society. It is completely unacceptable. And it's incumbent on unionist politicians, it's incumbent on nationalist politicians, it's incumbent on all of us to make clear statements in that regard and to follow it through with our actions. I have no difficulty whatsoever in engaging with the loyalist community, but I refuse, Mr. Speaker, to equate the loyalist community with loyalist terrorists.
I call Linda Dillon.
And Corlia, and thank the Minister for answers. Minister, we as a committee are awaiting the Justice Bill coming forward. It was supposed to come through the Executive a number of weeks ago. And I'm just wondering, could you outline what the blockage is? Is that blockage within the Executive? And given that all of the parties, as far as I'm aware, in the committee have stated that they want to see those items that are on the Justice Bill coming forward, is there a specific party that are blocking this in the Executive?
Well, I thank the member for her question. Drafting of the Justice Bill is complete, and the bill contains important provisions which will protect people from serious sexual offences and sexual exploitation. I circulated an executive paper to executive colleagues for approval on the introduction of the bill on the 27th of April. Despite the content of the bill being widely supported, as the member has said, I was unsuccessful in my attempts to get approval of the bill onto the agenda for executive meetings of the 6th, 13th and actually the 20th of May, where it was tabled but for discussion only. I've written to the First and Deputy First Ministers on 3 separate occasions in an effort to progress introduction of the bill without success. As yet, I have not been able to determine any substantive reason why that is the case. The content of the bill, as it is now drafted, was approved by Executive on the 19th of November 2020, and no new content has been added in the interim. Mr Speaker, I am growing increasingly concerned that any further delay will see the bill fail to progress in this mandate, and there will be a gap in the public protection arrangements for the most vulnerable in our society as a result. This is especially true as I will not then be able to progress planned amendments to, for example, abolish the rough sex defence, which we were also queried about today, extend the existing revenge porn provisions to include a threat of publication, or provisions to widen the scope and strengthen the current law on abuse of trust. These are public protection issues. They should not be controversial. I have spoken with the new leader of the DUP briefly at Executive in the hope that we will be able to meet before this Thursday's Executive to seek clarity on the issues around which the concerns lie and to get this bill cleared so that we're able to move forward.
Time only for very brief supplementary. Brief response, please.
Thank you, Minister. And as you have outlined, there are a number of issues within the Justice Bill that we want to see come forward, particularly around protecting those who are victims of sexual and domestic violence. And we need to see that happen. If there is a party in this House that is blocking that within the Executive, we need to know, because that is not what is being articulated within the committee. So we need a response in order to move this forward.
I accept the urgency of the issue, and I have been as blunt as the member knows I'm capable of being about the urgency of the issue. I am clear that those who are currently holding the bill up do not object to the content of the bill as drafted. Their concerns are around potential amendments that may be brought forward once the bill comes to committee or once the bill is in front of the House. Mr Speaker, I raised this issue a number of times in the Executive when it came to other bills and was told firmly by the same individuals that it was not the business of Executive to try to constrain what might be brought forward on the floor of the House. So it would be quite a change in direction if they were trying to do so.
And members, the time is up. Members, please take your ease before we start the next item of business. Jerry Carroll, point of order.
Mr Speaker, I wasn't in my place for question times. Business moved far quicker than I anticipated, so just want to put on record my apologies to yourself and the House for not being in my place.
Thank you, Mr Carroll, for that.
Thank you, members. We're now resuming the debate on the motion on a Green New Deal, and the next person that I have on my speaking list via Starleaf is Mr Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I start by apologising to the House for missing my question there in Justice Minister's question time. I think we can all agree that the past year, as well as being a terrible time, has been a wake-up call for us all. And being forced to do things differently, we've learned that we must do things differently. The pandemic has upended society, but it has allowed people to reevaluate how they live and work, to take stock of our natural environment, consider our consumption habits, and it's only served to expedite the public desire for green recovery. That needs to be where our focus is at. Rebuilding in the wake of COVID-19 demands that we build back better, with green, sustainable principles at the heart of the decision-making process. The pandemic has instigated a gear shift in global consumption habits. People are shopping more mindfully and eco-consciously. Demand for local and sustainable products are on the rise. Attitudes have changed, and these changes are here to stay. We must respond and ensure that green recovery not only shapes policy going forward, but that it defines our towns and cities for decades to come. As I recently outlined during the Climate Change Bill debate, environmental challenges present economic opportunity. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Research has shown that the cost savings of decarbonisation will bear fruit by 2050. As such, going green makes positive economic sense. And while the green revolution is regarded with apprehension by some, it is undoubtedly a vehicle for prosperity. Achieving net zero target emissions by 2050 demands action at all levels, but perhaps most crucially, we need to see change in our industrial processes and in our energy sectors. The energy sector must set their sights on a long-term collaborative plan. The North has exceeded renewable energy targets thus far, with almost half of our electricity generated from renewable sources. However, we can't fall into a trap of complacency. We must build on our relative success and look towards a viable, long-term renewable energy plan, one which provides security of supply, ensures affordable renewable energy for all consumers, and which looks towards decarbonisation. The rapidly growing renewable sector has the potential to create thousands of jobs here, guaranteeing both the improved health of our economy and our environment. The financial and practical benefits of a shift towards clean energies are clear. It's why governments everywhere are investing in renewable industries. There's no greater investment than the protection of our environment. We must act now to implement initiatives and energy strategies which guarantee that. We need a new vision going forward if we hope to achieve climate action targets. A collaborative cross-border approach is vital, as too is a wider joined-up effort with Europe. It's important to remember that the carbon-free energy sector won't happen overnight. It's a process that requires commitment and a change in attitude from our politicians, energy suppliers and businesses. And while I welcome the Department for Economy's ongoing work to develop an energy strategy for Northern Ireland, it's regrettable that Minister Dodds has failed to ride this wave of change, proposing just £20 million to stimulate green recovery within her economic recovery plan. In the wider scheme of things, this is a drop in the ocean when we consider that Scotland has invested almost 10 times that amount. While Minister Dodds has reasserted her department's commitment to achieving net zero emissions in energy by 2050, I'm seriously concerned as to whether the steps or timeframes suggested are adequate to achieve this. A lot has been assumed on the role of hydrogen and biofuels in providing a revolution in energy systems, yet in our view there's too little focus on energy sources such as geothermal, which is widely used elsewhere. All government departments have a role. One key area is the retrofitting of homes in the social and private housing sectors. Experts have lauded the creation of energy-efficient homes as a necessity in tackling the climate emergency. Considering that 27% of emissions are from domestic sources, investment in this area can't be an option, but rather it's a necessity. In doing so, not only will we make our homes more energy efficient and more cost effective, it will create crucial, well-paid, skilled jobs and tackle fuel poverty. The transport sector, with significant carbon emissions, has grasped that opportunity and committed to transitioning to an entirely renewable energy fleet by 2050. DFI Minister Nick
Ask the member to bring his comments to a conclusion.
Every facet of society must do things differently. Supported by the right strategy, we can deliver change in a manner that won't just help address the environmental challenges, but will bring about significant economic and societal benefits for all. We'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I call Dr Steve Aiken.
Deputy Principal Speaker, and the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this motion. And how can anybody in this Assembly not support this motion? I think the sentiments within it, and I think sort of plagiarism is the sincerest form of flattery, and I'm particularly glad to see so many of the Ulster Unionist Party's policies being brought into this as well. But I think there are some significant issues that we need to address here, particularly in Northern Ireland, because there are some decisions we have to make, and those decisions have to be made now. And in particularly when we move towards an all-electric economy, we need to be sorting out issues particularly around our grid system and our electricity supply system. As has been addressed by other members in the Assembly over several periods of time, we have real concerns in our party about the Sony and NIE, or should I say EirGrid and ESB, and their approach to the support of the infrastructure in Northern Ireland, and indeed whether the Department of Economy are up for the task that's needed to transform our electrical grid system and indeed the market to allow us to be able to get to the point where we're going to get to net zero carbon by 2050. And as we move to COP26, there are some really significant issues that Northern Ireland needs to address. And we're pleased to see the issues around just transition. It is very clear that our agribusiness, and particularly our agriculture and our farmers, will need support as they move towards zero net carbon by 2050. And indeed, many other areas of our economy, as been pushed out by FSB as well, is the issue to do with small and medium enterprises. They will need support to do that. But as has been said by other speakers, this also represents a significant opportunity. And in particular, within our housing stock, our ability to transform our housing stock so they get more towards passive house levels, but also become, to a large degree as possible, as self-generating. We have seen what's happened across the rest of Europe, in particular what's happened in the Netherlands and particularly in Denmark. They are models that Northern Ireland should be looking to achieve. But this will require significant changes on our planning processes. We have to make sure that we are in a position where we incentivise and make it easy enough for us to get to the point where housing gets to be much more efficient. And we also be able to set the incentives to Northern Ireland businesses, and particularly the Northern Ireland Construction Centre, to be able to go onto major housing projects that I hope the Northern Ireland Housing Executive will be working on, that will move towards this net zero carbon initiative as well. We also heard today from the Infrastructure Minister, and there are significant areas of infrastructure that they're going to need updated and securing as well. We have heard about transport. But one of the things about being on an island is that we also need to consider how we can incentivise to get to the point where we have offshore energy and offshore wind that is meeting the requirement as well within Northern Ireland. It is regrettable that in the past, when there were significant opportunities for offshore wind, and if you look across the Irish Sea at the present moment in time, everywhere that seems to be within English, Welsh and Scottish waters seems to be festooned by offshore wind. Here in Northern Ireland, and indeed the waters of the Republic of Ireland, there is very little. And indeed, what we're beginning to look at the moment is we're being left behind. One of the things we must do is to make sure that Northern Ireland is part of the all-island renewable energy market, and that is going to have to be a significant use of offshore wind and how that's done. We also have talked quite a lot about the hydrogen economy and where the hydrogen economy links to this, but we have to be in a position where we incentivise it to make it work. And one of the problems we have in Northern Ireland is there's a complete lack of joined-up government. And here's a question we should be asking ourselves. Is the Department for the Economy, is the Department for the Infrastructure, is the Executive Office up to the challenges to make sure that we get to this point where we do get towards a green recovery and we do get towards net zero carbon by 2050? And finally, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, as I draw my remarks to an end, this is also about how we get out of COVID-19. And I think at this stage, I think all of us should also be paying our greatest respects to the health workers of Northern Ireland who have done such a fantastic job to get us to this point, and where we're now looking positively to the future. And that is the message I want to leave from this particular set of remarks. We must be getting a fully joined-up approach across all government if we're going to achieve this. This is down to all parties, and we must fundamentally ask ourselves the question, is the Department of Economy, the Department of Infrastructure and the Executive Office currently up for the task? We need to make sure that they are, and we as Assembly need to hold them to account. Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The opening line of the motion states that recovery from the pandemic and tackling the climate crisis go hand in hand. I would caution that in the immediate term, for most people in the province today, given the massive pressures of the past year, the tragic deaths from COVID and the many hospitalisations that recovered from the pandemic, is very much the most pressing and main priority at this time. And with that being said, it should be the main priority for this House. However, that being said, Northern Ireland must do its fair share in response to climate change. As I have said in the House before, and actions in this regard should be reflective and ultimately proportionate to our 0.04 overall contribution to global emissions. Plunging the people of Northern Ireland into a further financial strain and upheaval with bad legislation around climate change will not make for any meaningful improvement. I refer, of course, to the private members' bill on climate change and use this further opportunity to urge members instead to put their weight behind Minister Pruitt's own departmental bill. Aspects of a green recovery that make common sense should of course be rapidly enacted, and I see, for example, much room for improvement around existing social housing stock and the need for these homes to receive much needed energy efficient upgrades that should have an immediate and cost saving benefit to the tenant and also to the climate. I have lost count of the calls I have received from housing, for instance, housing executive tenants who feel their homes are not efficient, and this is a real and concerning impact on their finances. This House has a responsibility to deal with that issue in a meaningful way, and it can be dealt with using the right intervention. We read the headlines around the future energy sources and moves away from, for instance, gas boilers. We cannot ignore the reality of what this means for thousands and thousands of homeowners in Northern Ireland. Fitting new technology for homeowners will be a massive expense, and one which will require a very clear and sensible pathway to achieve, and will need a significant level of financial support for homeowners to achieve. New forms of heating technology are expensive and require significant outlay to install. Take the RHI scheme as an example. Some participants spent many thousands of pounds on installation costs of the new technology, and of course currently wood pellet remains an expensive source of heat. We have a situation now where the tariff is nowhere near enough to subsidise both the massive outlay in installation costs and also the cost of the fuel compared with fossil alternatives. We need to get this issue right. Bad policy decisions will see millions of pounds returned to the Treasury, which otherwise would be used to subsidise sources of green energy. Won't help our overall emissions lowering agenda either. Having businesses revert back to fossil fuels isn't a good outcome for climate improvement. Another area which much work is needed is the electric vehicle market. And one only has to watch the television to see the many car manufacturers vying for a slice in this market. There is no doubting, of course, that has been set to increase our use of electric vehicles over petrol and diesel. However, the charging network for electric vehicles remains abysmal in Northern Ireland, and despite many approaches to the Infrastructure Minister on this topic, and indeed to many others in the House, it appeals to be a clear, concise and meaningful strategy for creating increasing the rollout of such infrastructure. Indeed, it was disheartening when a constituent contacted me earlier in the year to say that 50% of electrically charging network in Newry was faulty. The effect of this was that the driver was nervous about using their electric vehicle for fear of being out of range of a working charge point. These are the physical aspects of a green recovery that need to be sorted out and getting it right now if we are to make meaningful progress. I would state that for the vast majority of consumers out there, one of the most easily recognisable products of green energy is the electric car, yet here in Northern Ireland our capacity to respond to this market is nowhere near where it needs to be. That must change immediately. The green recovery must take actions that are sound investments of public money, make policy decisions that are balanced, the need for climate response but crucially, don't plunge our economic future over the cliff edge.
Can I ask the member to bring his remarks to a conclusion, please? I
believe we are uniquely placed in Northern Ireland to make an important contribution to the green economy and green recovery, especially when we consider most of our electricity consumption here was derived from renewables in 2020, and that is future improvement on the previous year. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Philip McGuigan.
Last can call you, and like everybody, I'm standing up welcoming the motion and will be voting in favour of it. Indeed, as Dr. Aiken said, who could argue against it? As we move out of the global pandemic and COVID over time, hopefully plays a diminishing part in our daily lives. Conversely, the climate emergency and dealing with it will play an ever-increasing part. We've had enough debates now in this chamber over the last year to know that we all agree with the world's science community when they say that as a global community we have just over a decade to get carbon emissions under control before catastrophic climate change impacts become unavoidable. And again, through the various debates in the past year, it is clear that this is the settled will of this Assembly, indeed a settled will of society as a whole, for the North to play its part in the climate fight back through legislation and to do so by setting ambitious net zero targets. Speaking earlier today in the Chamber to another motion on the Climate Bill on behalf of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, I stated that we recognise the profound impact that climate change has on our environment, but also understand that the Climate Bill will have implications for many sectors of our economy, including farming and agri-food, energy production, infrastructure and transport. So given that, I welcome that the ERA Committee in which I sit have launched its call for evidence on the Climate Bill. Over the coming months, we as a committee will explore all the evidence and science from interested stakeholders and members of the public, and I would appeal here today for everyone to use this opportunity to have their say on the Climate Bill. If net zero targets are the destination, then the Green New Deal must be seen as the transport network used to get there. Indeed, the ambition contained within any Green New Deal will determine how quickly we arrive at our destination. We need a Green New Deal that recognises that economic, social and climate justice are intertwined, and as others speakers have said, we obviously need joined-up government as this will affect all sections and all departments within the executive. And can I take this opportunity just to welcome last week's Department for Infrastructure announcement on an e-transport scheme on Rathlin Island within my own constituency, and commend that island community in their ambition to become carbon neutral. As is the case, I'm sure, for all MLAs, my constituents in North Antrim want to see action on climate change as part of the Executive's future economic policies. And I, as an MLA representing my constituents, want to ensure that, as my colleague Dr Archibald said earlier, that those future policies and our recovery from COVID must be based on principles that support workers, families and young people, that also support businesses to create and maintain and grow jobs, and that it must be delivered through a fair and just transition and sustainable economy. Yep, go right.
I thank the member for giving way and listening to claims like whatever climate justice is. I have to say, it seems to creep into every discussion, justice. What justice is there for the farming community in North Antrim, who make an invaluable contribution to the husbandry of our constituency, whose lives and livelihoods are now being put at jeopardy? In fact, as has been the case in some previous attempts, they are actually blamed for the problem. So, for their families, for their young people, for their future, can the member explain to me how he is going to support farming in our constituency of North Antrim and achieve his goals in saving the world?
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you. As I have said on many occasions, and as I was actually saying in the course of my debate, I represent a constituency, a rural constituency, heavily dependent on agriculture, agri-food sector and tourism. And I don't think any of this that we're talking about today or previously when we talked about Climate Bill will jeopardise that. I mean, I have said that the call for evidence has been opened. I would encourage agriculture and agri-food from North Antrim and right across the north to have their voices heard, and we will listen to that and we will listen to the science as we move forward. And as has been stated when the member was interrupting me, key to this will be a just transition. And the member may well be moving on to higher fields within the executive and may well be able to play a key part in ensuring delivery, not just for his and my constituents of North Antrim, but the constituents right across this island in terms of some of these important issues that we're talking about. Go ahead.
I thank the member. In terms of, let's remember, this House said RHI was a bad thing, too costly, scandal, awful thing, shouldn't happen. How are we going to pay for making that transition? And are we going to be put in the same position where we have a scheme that's not fit for purpose and ends up everybody crying foul and we have another disaster in our hands? How are we going to square that circle?
Well, I heard the member earlier on praising the Tory government. I think it's clear from the last year that even the Tory government, who have inflicted austerity on the people of the North for 10 years, when a crisis such as COVID comes along, can find the money. So I think if we're talking about providing a future for our citizens, our businesses and our young people, then we will find the money. But people talk about climate and green recovery as if it's always a negative. This is a positive. The things that we are talking about will boost our economy, will provide jobs for his and my constituents in North Antrim and right across the constituency.
Thank you. I call Mr. Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to briefly add my support to a number of comments already made by party colleagues and some other members across the chamber during the course of the debate this afternoon. As a member of the DAERA Committee, I know some of what is already being achieved by that department to drive forward growth within a green and sustainable framework. The launch of DAERA's Green Growth Recovery Roadmap from COVID-19 is focusing heavily on ambitious change within every sector. The allocation of £23 million of assistance to local government aimed at further improvements to recycling services, and also the allocation of £7.5 million to the Farm Business Improvement Scheme are two practical examples of green growth policies in action. I have raised a note of caution previously in this House in relation to the setting of unachievable or even damaging targets for our businesses as we work to tackle climate change in particular. We cannot burden industry with unworkable quotas and then wonder why there is no economic growth. It is incumbent upon us as legislators to work with our business communities, providing the tools and support needed to assist them to develop green and sustainable practices for the future. There is a need to tackle on-board independent expert advice, including the clear findings by the Committee on Climate Change in relation to net zero carbon emissions by 2050 and the impact upon the agri-food sector within Northern Ireland in particular. I fully support the need to ensure the economic recovery is underpinned by initiatives which are sustainable, environmentally responsible and support decarbonisation. It will also be important to ensure that investment is inclusive of and fair toward all communities, households and industries. I agree that sustainable solutions can bring benefits for the standards of living enjoyed by people in Northern Ireland and help to tackle deprivation and isolation. The Economy Minister has previously outlined her vision in relation to the development of Northern Ireland as a global leader in a future hydrogen economy, and I welcome her commitments in relation to the Hydrogen Hub project thus far. It was encouraging to hear of the establishment of the group Hydrogen NI this month, bringing together key energy providers and business stakeholders to see this vision become a reality. It is evident that this initiative already has informed our economic drivers, and I look forward to seeing how this develops. Northern Ireland is of course well placed to use renewable electricity to produce green hydrogen. This would make use of the wind that is available when the demand for electricity is lower. Onshore wind currently provides more than 80% of Northern Ireland's renewables capacity, and we need to exploit this. Another key element to our recovery beyond COVID-19 is our tourism industry and our potential to attract foreign visitors. It's important that we ensure that the travel industry is given clarity on the way ahead from the Executive, and that as changes are made to the green list for travel, these are communicated to the public and to travel companies in a clear fashion. Mr. Speaker, the task ahead is great, but as we emerge from COVID-19, we are presented with a unique opportunity to effect change for the better in terms of how we live, work and do business. As our country embarks into its next century, I have every faith that we shall do so with the very best days still to come. Thank you.
Mr. John O'Dowd.
The debate in general, members agree that action needs to be taken. There may be a differences of opinion at what action has to be taken, the speed of that action, etc., who pays for it, all those sorts of things. But there's one question I think we all agree on. Climate action has to be taken. So therefore, we need a new Green Deal. And I think among the general public there is huge support or acknowledgement of the fact that climate action has to be taken. But I suspect the same debate is taking place. What action do we need to take and who pays for it? Well, the action we need to take is going to probably be the biggest significant change in production since the Industrial Revolution. That's the scale of change we need across the globe to change the damage that's already been done to the climate and to ensure that there isn't further damage done. So let's learn from the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution brought great things to many, many people across the globe, but it also brought the damage that we are now living with now to the environment. It damaged, in many ways, not only the environment, but it also, workers paid a heavy price in the early and mid stages of the Industrial Revolution. So let's ensure, through the Green New Deal, that workers are not the ones who pay the price of the Green New Deal, and that the tax burden is not placed on workers and families as we move forward to bring in new Green Deal. And when I talk about the tax burden, I'm talking about direct taxation or indirect taxation. There's no point in giving the wealthy more tax breaks to buy greener houses, greener, bigger cars, greener holidays. That's a waste of an opportunity. What we need is a fair and equitable, just transition to a new society, which has to include all of our society. And many have, and quite rightly so, have talked about the farming and rural community, where there are concerns about the debate and the discussion moving forward in relation to climate change. There's concerns about targets that have been set, and people ask, well, how is it just for the farming community? Significant parts of my own constituency are rural and have a farming community, and I engage with them as much as anyone else. And it's quite clear to me that if you want to look at a sector who are familiar with transition, who are familiar with change, and who are familiar with accepting that they have to adapt to the circumstances in front of them, it's the farming community. They've had to do it down through the years to survive. And there's an acknowledgement as well that if we don't tackle climate change, if we don't tackle the adverse weather conditions that are facing, the earlier introduction of the seasons, the loss of pollinating insects, etc., and all those other things that are happening now to the farming community, that farming doesn't have a great future, and farmers want to see change. But quite rightly, they ask the questions, and I think the opportunity presented by the ERA Committee around the consultation which they have launched gives a huge opportunity for all sections of society to come forward and have their voices heard, to shape and help shape the climate bill, to ensure that it delivers in terms of climate action, that it delivers in terms of an opportunity for a Green New Deal, and it delivers for our economy, which is going to be, as I said at the start of my presentation, a new economy. And how do we ensure that workers don't pay the price for it? We create well-paid, meaningful jobs that are fit for the 21st century in the circumstances of a new Green Deal. We retrofit our homes. We build new homes that use less energy, if no energy whatsoever in some circumstances is possible, or certainly use renewable energy moving forward. And we ensure that our innovation which exists in our society is exploited to the maximum. Because there's many, many examples around the world where countries and societies have started to move to renewable energy, different forms of energy, different ways of production, different ways of doing a whole lot of things. We can copy those, but we can also, as we've shown time and time and time again, we can innovate and we can lead the world moving forward. I'll end on this point. In terms of rural communities, saying to rural communities you're going to have to do without your car isn't the way forward, because rural communities don't have transport options. But is there different ways we can support rural communities? Of course there is. So I think to end, the Green New Deal supported. There is a debate as to how we move forward, but we have to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Patsy McGlone.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I would also like to thank the proposer of the motion and his colleagues for introducing it to the Assembly here today. The COVID pandemic has resulted in an economic shutdown that has lasted longer than any of us would have wished, and with that a human loss in many homes. It has occurred at a time when this Assembly and its executive, along with governments across the world, should have been focusing our attention on the demands of tackling climate crisis. As we seek to recover from that shutdown, we have an opportunity to re-evaluate our approach, to reset the economy, and to build a future society that delivers on social and economic justice and decarbonises our economy to meet a net zero target for those greenhouse gas emissions. As well as recovery from the pandemic and threats of the climate crisis, we also face the additional problem of the impact of Brexit on our economy. As the DUP has realised, the free trade agreements that their former friends in the Tory government are pursuing post-Brexit will damage the Northern Ireland economy. And just to refer to a note on the climate bill that Mr Irwin was referring to there by his colleague, we have yet to see the details of it to determine whether we can support it or otherwise. But I would welcome that discourse happening and it coming through the committee. The Northern Ireland Protocol, for those who oppose it, they should realise that it is actually currently in that free trade area that's being introduced by the Tories, that race to the bottom. It's protecting the Northern Ireland market from food products imported from countries with less responsible environmental and food safety standards. It is the 50% of our agri-food that we export to Britain that will face competition from those countries' exports as a result of this Tory government's free trade deal approach. Each one of those deals brings with it a risk of compounding the damage done to our economy, but also the climate as a consequence. We should be using tariffs proactively. We should, like the EU does, to prevent countries exploiting lower environmental standards, like, for example, deforestation, low labour costs, the way they're treating their labour forces, and those things. And as well as that, that's to produce the cheaper foods, as well as that, the risk and the cost to the environment, the damage to the environment of those transportation methods to bring them long distances to GB or to Northern Ireland here. It undercuts the more responsible states with more responsible approaches to the climate crisis. In effect, in many ways, a race to the bottom, as I've said. The SDLP believes that there is support for an economic recovery plan that aligns with wider social, environmental and climate goals. The executive parties have already committed to such a plan. It is there in the New Decade New Approach commitment that, quote, the economic strategy will support clean and inclusive growth and create jobs as part of a new Green Deal. However, when the Economy Minister announced her economic vision for a decade of innovation on the 11th of May this year in a press release, not in the Assembly, that commitment had been watered down to supporting a greener economy. It is often the case with headline-grabbing details that it is the further detail of supposedly green policies that we're paying attention to. And reference has been made here to, as Mr Irwin referred to correctly so, the infrastructure that's required for new electric vehicles as we meet those priorities and commitments to end the use of diesel and petrol vehicles by, I think it's 2035. However, there's further aspects of that has to be dealt with. And I should add that your colleague at ERA has been in dialogue with my party colleague at Infrastructure to work with this, and we also need to involve your colleague at the Department for the Economy. Not everyone can afford a vehicle at £30,000, £40,000 or £50,000 straight off. There is a further issue there of poverty issues around accessibility for our rural areas, where people will be placed in a position where they will not simply be able to afford those vehicles. Mobility through rural areas will be affected unless there is a policy of subsidisation, a policy of in some way making those vehicles more accessible to people. There will, yep.
See, the difficulty I have when I come to this House is we want to do everything. But here we go. Here's another party that castigated my colleagues and the scandal of RHI. And now we're talking about another subsidy. So when are we going to have an honest debate about subsidies and the amount of money that we pump in across government, and yet when it comes to reducing carbon emissions, one of the very schemes that helped to contribute to that, we're now closing it down?
The member has an additional minute, and before I call the member to take his minute, if I could remind members just if interventions could be brief. There is an additional space. There is an additional space on the list for a member of the DUP if Mr Story wants to make a speech. He's more than welcome to. I don't know whether the House wills that, but he's more than welcome to. Mr McClone.
As ever, I welcome Mr Story's interventions, both here and outside, as ever. So, I thank him for that. However, on that, RHI, one could argue in principle, or in theory, was a good scheme. It was the outworkings of it. It was the inability to detect where it was going wrong. And it was the oversight for that that led to the chaos that it turned out to be. Yes, we need subsidies. We can't have people in rural areas like you and I live in not having accessibility to transport. And as the changes emerge, as this whole process of evolution towards reduction of the emissions into the climate improves, I should say, through the introduction of electric vehicles, we will need support for people. People simply cannot be placed in a position that it will only be the rich that are mobile.
I'm afraid the member's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. We are indeed at what might be described as a pivot point in our history. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown how our economy isn't working as it should. Too many people are in insecure and poorly paid jobs with few opportunities to retrain. The economy inequality gap is growing. The pandemic has also shown us that things can be done fundamentally differently, and that many of the old orthodoxies, such as the clear failure that is austerity, can and should be cast aside. Principal Deputy Speaker, we need to change how we live and work, and to avoid another major crisis facing us. But there is a major crisis facing us. It is the climate emergency. We have to transition to a zero-carbon economy, not only to save our planet, but also to secure and improve the quality of life for ourselves and, even more importantly, for future generations. My Alliance Party colleague John Blair has already set out a Green New Deal is essential to move towards a better future for everyone in a just and inclusive manner. There are some parties in this chamber who talk the talk, but they also need to walk the walk in a coherent and a united manner. Last month, the Alliance Party published our Green New Deal document to outline how our economy and our environment and society can do just that. Building a green economy offers Northern Ireland major opportunities to lead the world and to attract major investment and tens of thousands of jobs and sustainable jobs into Northern Ireland. We have the resources to build this with our young, educated workforce, abundant potential for clean energy and our strong telecommunications network. But we need the right regulatory framework in place to prioritise investment in research and development and to market Northern Ireland chiefly through, for example, organisations like Invest NI. We should be striving to make Northern Ireland a green economy hub for the whole of Europe. We need to take action to ensure that everyone benefits from the potential of the green economy and move away from the carbon-intensive industries. It mustn't be like the deindustrialisation of the 70s and 80s, which crippled the community which I come from in Carrickfergus when we lost Courtaulds, immediately followed by ICI. We must break the pernicious cycle of underachievement in Northern Ireland with meaningful and comprehensive interventions in education and skills. Lifelong learning and easy access to education must be a central plank to why we move forward. This includes tackling problems of affordability, flexible working and lack of affordable childcare. The Alliance Green New Deal would deliver much-needed skills strategy to tackle the skills gap in Northern Ireland, ensure that everyone has a skill to take the opportunity of the future. We want to see specific green apprenticeships. We urgently need these new skills. A major task before us is to decarbonise our entire energy landscape. Homes and buildings across Northern Ireland will need to be retrofitted with high-quality insulation and new high-efficiency heating systems, delivering affordable warmth and eliminating the social ill of fuel poverty forever, a key priority in the Alliance Party's Green New Deal. Brand new generation and transmission capacity will be needed to develop. Our major technical challenges need to be overcome to ensure stable and secure energy supply. People need secure and fair employment to thrive. This last year has shown us how the system of employment rights is not meeting the needs of today's society. Far too many people are being left without basic income security, many of them going to work when ill because they simply can't afford to stay at home on the unacceptably low statutory sick pay provision. Discrimination in employment also continues to be a serious issue. Home working has taken off like no one in January 2020 could have envisaged. Yet, we see the pernicious use of fire and rehire tactics to worsen terms and conditions and pay of employees. I think I speak for all, Mr Speaker, when I express my thanks to those working in the care sector for their compassion and tireless work during the pandemic. But I didn't stand up and just clap for our NHS workers, and I certainly didn't do it for a 1% pay rise for them. They deserve what they deserve. The Alliance Party Green Deal will tackle these issues head-on by regulating the gig economy and instituting an employment rights framework for the 2020s, not the 1990s. This will include stronger reporting requirements for gender and ethnicity and ensure our labour market is inclusive and fair. Government must act now to invest in our people.
I ask the member to bring his remarks to a conclusion, please.
So let us work together to instituting a Green New Deal together for Northern Ireland. Let us seize the opportunity of being at the cutting edge of a Green New Deal.
Thank you. I call Ms Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the motion, obviously, and thank the member for bringing it. But I also do so with a track record of the Green Party calling for a Green New Deal for over a decade now. And as I'm listening to some of the ideas during the debate as to what can be done to roll this out in Northern Ireland, I just want to point out that the Green New Deal is not a new concept, but a long-established piece of work from the Green New Deal group, and that was following the financial crisis of 2007. And the membership of that group is drawn to reflect a wide range of expertise relating to economics and politics, and also the climate, nature and inequality crises. And their views and recommendations of the group have been set out in a series of reports starting from as far back as 2008. So maybe it's no longer a Green New Deal, but actually the only deal left in town. One of the founding members of the group, Caroline Lucas MP, is currently bringing forward the Green New Deal bill at Westminster, along with Clive Lewis MP. And that will be a game-changing piece of legislation, and similar is needed here in Northern Ireland. I agree with the Green New Deal group when they state that the global economy faces multiple linked crises. It's a combination of accelerating climate breakdown driven by fossil fuel use, corrosive inequality and debt-fuelled overconsumption by a global minority,
pushing us beyond planetary ecological boundaries. These overlapping factors threaten to develop into a perfect storm, making social collapse highly likely. To help prevent this from happening and to lay the foundations of the economic systems of the future, we need a Green New Deal, and there is still time. Act now, and a positive course of action based on the framework set out in the Green New Deal can pull the world back from economic and environmental meltdown. So in its loosest term, the Green New Deal is a massive programme of investment in new technologies and also in community and in business. So the hard work has been done already. All that's really needed is the political will to implement it. And our response to the COVID-19 pandemic has proven how far and how fast we can create change and do things differently. And nothing short of similar efforts will be required to implement a Green New Deal and create a society that is sustainable and leaves no one behind. Because to re-engineer the economy is going to take much more than a few new policies and some slight shifts in spending priorities. And the Green Party have known for a long time that we can afford the necessary action. And more often than not, we have been derided and ridiculed for championing them. And I remember even during the 2011 Assembly election campaign, there were many parties there supporting and endorsing the Green New Deal, but yet we've seen no implementation. We have seen no delivery from ministers once they secured their seats. So while it is encouraging that there is consensus across this House today for the motion, I want to be clear. Political inaction has brought us to the brink of irreparable damage being done. Political inaction alone must take responsibility for the seismic, radical shift and the rapid changes that must now be urgently rolled out if our children are to survive and thrive. A Green New Deal is the only plausible way forward, and it will take much more than words and consensus. It will take action and implementation. And the Green Party will be watching how this is done and what is prioritised within it, because, Principal Deputy Speaker, failure is no longer an option. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Mr Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the call for a Green New Deal today and the call for economic and social justice as we rapidly decarbonise our economy, and I want to thank the members for bringing it to the House today. I believe that to achieve a sustainable and eco-friendly society, we do need a just transition away from the causes of the climate crisis, and that must extend far beyond our own borders. Those in countries who are not only at the greatest risk from the climate crisis also have the greatest risk of being left behind. And the COVID pandemic is a perfect example of how the capitalist system blocks those at the bottom of society from accessing the support necessary to survive and live. This is as true of vaccine patents and profit-driven production, of medical aid, as it is of adapting and mitigating the climate crisis. The very wealthy who can afford to adapt to newer climates will do so without so much as a thought, an afterthought for those who cannot. They will continue to create profit no matter the cost to our planet. Indeed, Mr Speaker, it is the very profit motive itself of the wealthiest multinational corporations who are responsible for the greatest emissions, the greatest damage to our planet and the pillaging of our natural resources. The world's richest 1% have caused double the amount of CO2 emissions than the poorest 50% from 1990 until 2015. That's not according to me, that's according to Oxfam. Not only have they squandered our global carbon budget and brought us to the brink of climate catastrophe, they have made worse the lives of working class people and the very poor across the world. Bottom wages, poor working conditions, pollution of the air, water reserves, the earth, just to name a few, destruction of habitats and even of homes. All of this has been driven by the insatiable need for more profits to be concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. That context, Mr Speaker, should underscore everything we do when we plan for a more sustainable future, and tinkering around the edges of the system will not work. Taking half measures which green our appearance but don't drastically reduce our emissions won't cut it. We need to see tangible, transformative change in society which challenges the root cause of this crisis, which is capitalism. That means being a global leader in banning fossil fuel exploration. It means standing up to the multinationals who want access to local reserves to say, not on our turf, pardon the pun. It means acknowledging that we have a problem with production and agriculture and doing what needs to be done to ensure sustainability doesn't leave ordinary farmers behind, but instead gives them the skills and assistance needed to produce sustainably, based on the needs of our communities rather than the profit it provides. There is a disappointing reluctance, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the Executive to take action in this arena, to talk about how we can centralise ordinary farmers and improve their lot whilst reducing our methane outputs. And that reluctance spreads to their failure to recognise the damage done by underfunding public transport, a reluctance to break with the fossil fuel industry or stand up to those who want to have their way with our local environment. There can be no place for such reluctance in the fight for climate justice, and it is a fight for justice. Mr Speaker, I want to speak briefly about workers' rights now. Any move to a so-called green economy must be accompanied by the implementation of a proper living wage, the recognition of trade unions across new sectors, and the banning of precarious working conditions and zero-hour contracts. And I just want to quickly, Mr Deputy Speaker, pay tribute to the Hovis workers, food production workers who have fought an incredible fight and had an improved pay offer from management today. But also want to mention the workers in the meat production plants who have had to face unsafe working conditions and exposure to COVID-19 clusters. These are the same workers who are underpaid and underappreciated, and these issues are not unconnected. But we have an opportunity here, not just to green our economy a bit, but to make a monumental shift which would better the lives of so many workers and those who are most vulnerable to the climate crisis in one fell swoop. And I think that will require a challenge to the normal order here and globally. And I don't know if Mr Muir and the members bringing the motion would go quite as far as they agree with what I'm suggesting here, but things like workers' control, proper democracy in planning and production, and a break with the status quo are what is required. But I urge those in the room and those watching to go and check out articles, publications by eco-socialists whose ideas now could rescue our future and the future of generations to come. And if that is important to some people in this House, look at the young demonstrators on our streets and recognise why it's important for them and many, many others. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call on Mr Andrew Muir to wind up the debate on the motion. Mr Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I just clarify how long I have?
10 minutes.
Thank you very much. In winding the debate, I just want to make a few remarks and then sort of summarise some of the contributions which were made during today's discussions. From the Alliance Party's perspective and from my perspective, emerging from the pandemic, we do have an opportunity to tackle the climate emergency whilst also creating new jobs and building a just and inclusive society. And in summing up some of the contributions made today, I wish to touch upon later on about the need for a just transition, which is a matter which has been touched upon by a number of people. As many people have said, the situation demands a bold vision and strong leadership. The Alliance Party feels we need to grasp that chance for change and look upon the examples through history of societies emerging from times of crisis through bold initiatives to tackle the major issues of the day, such as the original New Deal after the Great Depression or the establishment of the NHS after World War II. I think this time last year, none of us fully grasped the enormity of the change that would arise as a result of COVID-19. And coming out of it now, hopefully, being able to turn our back upon the pandemic eventually, it's understanding the nature of the change and the impact that's had upon society and the need for the response from government to be bold and to show great leadership. In tackling the climate emergency, the Executive cannot do this alone, but it does have it within its power to start on the right direction here in Northern Ireland. In terms of my own portfolio issues in infrastructure, we do need to supercharge the electric vehicles charging market, as has been touched upon today during question time. We do need to rebalance our priorities towards active travel and to support our public transport network in adapting and thriving in the post-pandemic environment. In terms of the electric vehicle charging network, as I've been on the record today and previously, my own view is that the charging network we have at the moment is a shambles. We do need one minister to drive forward and champion change in relation to that. It's a perfect example of silo departmental working and buck being passed from one department to another. Someone needs to grasp it and needs to drive it forward. One of the issues is the current network of chargers is falling apart, and by fixing that, that would be welcomed. But essentially, that's bringing us back to the future, and we do need to be taking on board the feedback that's been given from the Northern Ireland Electric Vehicle Owners Group, who've made a 6-point plan to tackle this. Clear issues where they've outlined the problems, but also solutions. And if anything this place needs to do in its last year of its existence in this current mandate, it would be to tackle the electric vehicle charging network. But beyond that, also in relation to active travel, I do welcome the passion and the commitment from the Minister, but that needs to be matched with funding. The commitment and the leadership around electric vehicles, active travel, or also public transport is welcome, but we need to put our money where our mouth is, and we need to support that, because the current investment in active travel is woeful. Yes, no problem.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. Would you also be concerned about the discrepancy in the likes of cycling infrastructure? Places in my constituency, West Belfast and North Belfast, have a much lower rate of cycling infrastructure than, say, South or East, and we need to do a lot more to encourage and put in infrastructure in those other areas as well.
I entirely agree with Mr Carroll. I got injured from running about 3 months ago, so I haven't been out doing much running, so I've taken up the bicycle and I'm out there doing much more often. The network for cycling is diabolical, and for people to go out, unless it's on a segregated, properly segregated, not a shared footway, properly segregated cycle path, it's scary. The road surface has not been maintained correctly, and only in certain parts of Northern Ireland are we lucky enough to have that greenway network. So if we're going to drive forward, we're going to encourage more people to take up active travel, we need to put in place safe routes for us to be able to do that. And there's so many parts of Northern Ireland, particularly rural areas, are just forgotten in relation to that. And to say that for the councils to bring forward initiatives and then we'll consider funding them isn't good enough, because the councils are not given any funding for resource in terms of actually doing the feasibility studies or taking it forward. So I think this is a key issue. In relation to public transport, coming out of COVID-19, we do need to still have good service options. There's no point in encouraging people to use public transport when the level of bus and rail services could eventually be cut if we don't sustain funding for those services. As part of that, we also need to be encouraging our young people to use public transport, and that's about extending concessionary fares up to the age of 22. And also, people with half fare currently have to pay half the adult single fare. That's not fair, it's not right, and that should be free fares should be extended to people with disability. We've all talked about Glider Phase 2 and the need to deliver upon that. I do agree with that, but the approval process for bus lanes is far too cumbersome and long-winded. We need to find ways to streamline that and also to make real the commitments in relation to high-speed rail. Before someone does a further intervention, the key question has to be, how do we fund this? And that's a key issue. We can bring motions to this chamber and call for different initiatives, but we need to find ways to be able to fund it. In Northern Ireland, we do need to face up to the cost of division. Successfully, year after year, the figures have been cited, but we're not prepared to take the difficult decisions for that. We also need to be able to utilise our borrowing powers to a greater extent than previously, and also reform our public services. COVID-19 has shown us how we can change things, and we need to be able to continue that in that vein in terms of our public services. We also need multi-year budgets, and this is something that should be talked upon tomorrow in terms of the budget debate, to allow us to have long-term planning, and the Fiscal Council will play a key role in terms of scrutiny of our finances. Yes, no problem.
He talks about reform of public services. I came to this house in 2003, and we were always talking about the split between 60-40, and we should turn that around. Does the member accept that to do that, people lose their jobs, and the voluntary exit schemes cost us millions, and we haven't changed the 60-40 split, so it really wasn't a success?
If we're going to do reform, we need to bring people with us in relation to that, and we need to look at innovative ways of delivering services, such as online. The last year, an awful lot of services we were told never could be delivered online have been delivered online, and we need to continue in that vein. But we also need to take into account the level of stimulus that has been given by the UK Government. Whilst it's welcome, that level of stimulus, compared to the stimulus that has been given in other parts of the world, particularly the United States of America, doesn't cut the mustard. And we need to be investing in a Green New Deal, and that's particularly in relation to infrastructure. And the Chancellor's announcement earlier this year was disappointing in terms of the lack of investment in infrastructure. In terms of summing up the debate, as I said in opening, a number of the comments during the debate were about the need for just transition. In terms of tackling climate change and the climate emergency, which we declared at the beginning of last year, this has to be something that we do with people, together, bringing people with us in partnership, not something that is done to people and to communities. This has to be a just transition about creating new jobs and supporting communities and the livelihoods that they need to sustain them. John Blair, in opening the debate, rightly touched upon the threats of climate change. And then Gary Middleton, continuing, talked again about the need for a just transition, but also about hydrogen. This is one of the fuels of the future, and we need to adapt to that. Currently, the sources have been able to obtain hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, is limited, and that's something that we need to be able to invest in Northern Ireland, and we do need to be ahead of the game in relation to that. Mark Durkin joined us on the screens virtually from Derry, Londonderry, and talked about how going green makes economic success. The economics and the finances of a Green New Deal make sense, and it is something that we need to get clear. Philip McGuigan also talked about the need for joined-up government. We have a programme for government, which is whether it's draft or in final form, but it needs to be much more better than that in terms of actually dealing with the need to tackle silo departmental working, such as, for example, in relation to the e-car network. And John O'Dowd again also spoke about the need for change and the need for new jobs. Change is difficult, but we shouldn't run away from it. Change brings opportunities, as it does also bring challenges. And Patsy McLone in the debate also talked about the impact of Brexit and the impact that is having upon our ability to tackle these issues, and he rightfully spoke on those matters. Claire Bailey, coming towards the end of the debate, talked about the fact that the need for a Green New Deal has been long awaited, and I agree. We need to be investing in our future. And Jerry Carroll talked about the need for radical action and also for workers' rights to be protected and enhanced. That is something that has been acutely transparent in relation to COVID-19 and something that we need to be conscious of. In conclusion, I would also remark that the climate change bill brought forward as a multi-party bill was debated in this chamber a few weeks ago. And it's important, if we're going to back this motion, we also back the climate change bill. And I would urge all people from all parties to back the bill, including all members of every party who says they support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Muir. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the agenda is the adjournment. The Assembly is adjourned.
The Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.